Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on the 1st of March. Other members of the committee, I'll let councillors introduce themselves from Councillor Dryden onwards.
I'm Councillor Robert Dryden, member for Cherry Hinton, which is still part of Cambridge.
Dave Bajan, Labour member for Romsey.
Alex Collis, City Councillor for Kings Hedges.
Jenny Gawthrop Wood, City Councillor, Kings Hedges.
Katie Thornborough, City Councillor, Petersfield.
Amy Bennett, City Councillor for Abbey Ward.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor Bajan, you want to ask something?
If I may, Chair, are we still Cora if no Lib Dems have turned up?
Yes, we are, councillor. It's not a political meeting and we need 3 to make a decision, so we have more than enough. Thank you for asking, though.
Just wondered. Thank you.
The officers permanent at the table for this meeting are Interim Development and Planning Compliance Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager James Goddard, Producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting. I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. It's also useful to refer to the item number 2 for those of us online. Can I remind all those present of the importance of using the microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure you have switched off or silenced any other devices you have so that you do not interrupt the proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI/DPA request. The Freedom of Information and Data Protection Act. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch off your microphone unless you are invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out of the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief, a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned Decision Protocol, where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision contrary to the officer's recommendation. The decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Welcome, Councillor Flaubert. Are you okay to start? Do you need a few minutes before we get going? Okay. Moving on to apologies, agenda item 2. I think Councillor Porter has given apologies. Councillor Page-Croft, I believe, has given apologies. Other than that, and Councillor Flaubert is here for one of those. So, agenda item 3. Declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note that on item 5, the Timberworks Public Art item, I just need to make committee aware that I'm the Executive Councillor with responsibility for public art. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bajent.
Chair, member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
I think we have 2 items that lie in King's Hedges. One definitely does, but I'm unfettered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. That's all. Right. Agenda item 4, minutes of the 11th of January 2023 planning meeting. Can I pass those as a true record? I'm going to take affirmation as whatever it is. Yeah, good, thank you. Okay, item 5, the first item in Timberworks Public Art. The case officer is James Stewart. Are you ready, James, to present? There are no speakers on this item. Hello, James, good morning. And,
Hi, morning.
Looks like we've got the public art officer online to assist as need be. So, James, when you're ready, then, do you want to present the item then, please?
Thank you. I'll just share my screen. Excellent. Can I just confirm that everybody can see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Yeah, this is the installation of public art, including bird boxes, finger posts, tree stakes, the hive, sunray trellises, railings and a pavilion at the it's sort of informally known as the Timberworks Public Art Installation on Cromwell Road. As you mentioned earlier, Nadine Black, the Public Arts Officer, is also present, who I may well pass some of the questions over to, as she's got excellent knowledge of the site also. So the proposal and a bit of background. The application follows the granting of planning permission 19-028-full, which is the Timberworks development, which was amended by 2 subsequent NMAs. The Timberworks development consisted of 295 dwellings, including 40% affordable. This was approved at the June 2019 Planning Committee, and Condition 8 of the Timberworks Planning Permission required compliance with the public art strategy. This application is for the public art proposed in the public art strategy, although it's more developed than it was at the time when Condition 8 was set. The strategy provides public art, which I will discuss in more detail later on, providing the pavilion as a key focal point for the art. All of the art proposed is designed for the residents to interact with, so a space is for residents to use and enjoy. This also provides a space for the new community, created as part of the Timberworks development, to enjoy and socialise. This addresses a key community need, which is why the art is highly accessible to all, with considerations taken especially for wheelchair users. The Public Art SPD adopted in 2010 provides guidance on what public art is and continues to say what public art, and it continues to say, that public art is not a distinct form of art, but rather it's a work of art in any media created for and in the context of the public realm, be it built or natural. The only consistent quality of public art so that it is a community or site-specific and artist-led. So the vision of the SPD, just to give a bit more background, is to deliver outstanding communities and places by joining the best contemporary public art practice to community engagement, architecture, landscape and urban design in order to shape and improve the experiences of the city as a place of creativity and innovation that offers a high quality of life. So location and context, the red line, although it's looking quite thin, but hopefully everybody can see it, but you can see my pointer followed around the edge here, with 2 accesses onto Cromwell Road, the Beehive located here, and the railway line adjacent to it. So the red line also indicates the same site area as the Timberworks development, which is currently under construction and is nearing completion and in an advanced stage. So the Timberworks site plan is seen here. Again, this is quite small, but I do have a larger version of it which we can view later for those that haven't had a chance to look at this properly. The art is designed by 3 artists who are experts in their field, and so the art is split into 3 categories. The first is Michael Pinsky, which is the pavilion concept, and that is located in this area here. The second is Alex Finley, which consists of the Sunspoke, bird boxes, beehive and finger posts. This is located throughout the site, so covers the full length. And the third is Emma Smith, which is the musical railings, which is located in this area here. The art as we see it now has been approved, guided and accepted by the Public Art Steering Group, which is led by Claire Phillips as the Public Art Consultant. This steering group consisted of Nadine Black, our Public Art Officer, and the remainder being local residents, HIP members, and the former head of the art department at Anglia Ruskin University. The art will be managed primarily by Cambridge City Council, with some of the smaller areas being managed by a private management company. This is around the nursery to the north and the sort of small public open space to the south. This is in line with the management of the approved Timberworks development. Within the management plan that's submitted, it states that inspection remediation measures for each of the public art pieces will take place, and this ranges from fortnightly removal of debris and rubbish. This is also in line with the general maintenance of the approved Timberworks site management and maintenance plan, to a monthly and yearly inspection of the artwork. This includes any vandalism and sort of remediation measures required. All the public art is highly visible and overlooked, and in overlooked areas, which acts as a measure to deter antisocial behaviour. The scheme was amended throughout the design process following consultation with the Secure by Design officer. So the first piece I'll speak about is the pavilion. So the pavilion is a structure which is 4 metres high, 3.8 metres wide and 3.8 metres deep. It is considered to meet a community need and will be inclusive to a range of people, as mentioned earlier, which will make up the community at Timberworks. This can act as a meeting space for the community and is designed to have 360-degree external views to provide natural surveillance, and is located within a busy main entrance area, as you can in the slightly closer up version here. It incorporates speakers which will provide low-level background sounds to enhance the weather conditions at that moment. The pavilion also includes internal lighting. The environmental health team considers the sound and lighting to be acceptable, and the sounds will be set between 8 AM and 8 PM. The lighting will be on a central timer, which it will be, the specific timings will be secured by a condition. This is to mitigate against any potential noise and light nuisances and to deter antisocial behaviour concerns raised by the Secure by Design officer. The noise level will be minimal, and it is considered it will not be heard outside of the structure. And just to give a bit more background on that, the sound inside the structure will be around 45 decibels, and the structure is 14 metres from the nearest building, so it won't be considered to be heard from there. And for context, the sound of moderate rain is 50 decibels, so it'll be less than the sound of moderate rain. The lighting, oh, sorry, yeah, that's that. A bit more on the pavilion. So this is located in a well-landscaped area, as you can see here, and it's accessed by these boardwalks. The prominent features are the wooden fins / panels on the edge here, and the copper roof, which will patina to a green over time. The original design of the pavilion was far more enclosed, but following consultation with the Secure by Design officer, the artist opened up the structure a lot more at the front and the back to provide sort of a clear view all the way through. But as you can see, the fins, you can also have very excellent visibility through these. The flue in the roof, that's this part here, sits at 2.1 meter at its lowest point, and is designed for public interaction. So it's also wide enough for basketballs to pass through this hoop in the centre. The structure is designed to deter climbing, noting that the roof height is 3 meters from the back of the seating. So from here to the roof is a 3-meter gap. The space here internally is set up to allow 12 people to sit, and there is drainage at the centre. There's a drainage grill at the centre of the base of the pavilion. The beehive, bird boxes, sun trellis and finger posts. The proposed sun trellis, that's this here, will be positioned direct towards the pavilion feature and the railings, and the finger posts are located throughout the site containing short poems. The beehive will be located near the nursery to the north of the site and will be installed around lavender planting, which are bee-friendly plants. The bird boxes, which I haven't pictured, but I assumed everybody would know what the bird boxes would look like, but they're located throughout the site, but a large proportion is located in the northern part of the site, where there are 5 sparrow bird boxes, 12 swift boxes, and 11 bird boxes, which will be 11 bird boxes will be located throughout the site on trees, and these will all contain poems as well. The musical railings, also known as N+1. So the musical railings are designed to play a melody based on the recordings of plants growing across the Timberworks site. So if you were to pick up a fallen stick and run along it would make a sound sort of along here. The railings are made from metal, and it's 5 meters long and 1.5 meters high, and it is designed to be interacted with. And although this will make a noise, it's not considered that this would be excessive, and it is supported by the council's environmental health officer. Overall, the proposal accords with the Cambridge City Local Plan and the Public Art SPD, and is considered acceptable. The scheme is supported widely by many council officers, including urban design, landscape, environmental health, public art, and the Leeds Local Flood Authority, just to list a few. The scheme has undergone rigorous design process and is a well-considered public art scheme led by an approved public art strategy, and is supported by Cambridge's Public Art Advisory Panel. This is a robust scheme which is well thought out in terms of material choices to ensure the longevity of the art, which will be designed with the community and interaction at the heart, and it is therefore recommended for approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, James. So clearly, the Dean Black isn't going to present the item as she's one of the consultees, but she'll be there to answer any questions, if you want to defer to her, I presume. So, councillors, any questions, comments? Councillor Bennett.
Thank you very much for a very clear presentation. I just wanted to ask whether there'd been any consultation with the Autism Society over the noise elements of the scheme. Children with autism particularly are very prone to sensory overload, and I would be worried about any noise emitting thing near a home or near an entrance to the building. I'd also like to mention that my ward is quite close to this area. We have a lot of requests for public seating, and quite often when we put them in, we have requests to take them out again. I am concerned that seating in the pavilion will attract adult drinkers, which is of course perfectly legal, but may be something that residents will not wish to have. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. So I'll just say a few words myself, just to sort of interject at this point. So this is a public art item, not the usual sort of thing we get on planning committee. In fact, I don't remember a public art item for a long time. So I think as councillors, obviously there is the sort of wider context of putting something in the city and all the comments and questions we can come up with about that. We need to really focus on this item as a piece of public art, and that should be the thrust of our main questioning and rhetoric. So, Councillor Collis. Sorry, Councillor Goldthorpe-Wood.
Right, as you say, Councillor Smart, this is public art, but I did wonder whether there was a life expectancy for these pieces. For the pavilion, my concern will be the reliability of the music and lighting and the electrics, although I understand, you know, there's going to be a monthly check and maintenance. When the vegetation around it grows up, I'm just a little bit worried about the visibility. And again, it's, you know, perhaps undesirable uses of it, although I understand that that's, you know, the way it's been designed, you know, designed it to open it up so that that's mitigated. On the beehive, my understanding is that if you want to have bees, you should have it located near a fence, because then when if the bee swarm will come out, they go up rather than just straight out. And I wonder where exactly it was located and what thought there had been to that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Good questions. So we'll have a few more questions, I think, James, and I'll come back to you for some answers, and then we'll have another round. So, Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. It's just a quick question on point 10.13 on page 40. I note that the ecology officer for the council doesn't have any objections, but he has raised the issue of the swift and sparrow boxes not being in the best position. Can we just confirm whether that's been taken into account and they've actually been moved, or is there the potential to do that? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Well, one of my questions has already been asked. So, but the other one was about the concerns about the pavilion where fly tipping or antisocial behaviour. Is CCTV being discussed with the possibility of it could go in the area?
Councillor. Okay, James, I'll chuck a few questions in as well, and then we'll come back to you. So, why is this application here? I presume it's because it's an application by Hill, of which the City Council have a stake. Is it art? So that would be my overwhelming question, although having seen you present the item and thought about it some more, I can see that it has some, that's a bit harsh to say that probably, but there is a problem with public art. I think there are several problems, and one of them is that it's often not much to do with art and more, you have described it as something to do with the community, which is fair enough. But I have seen public art that's more like art, you might say, than something that's crafted, a nicer option, a nicer version of something that you'd have anyway in the community. And I particularly like the posts with small poems on. I think they're very nice. So the pavilion, is it accessible? I presume it is. It looks like it probably is. Can't see any comments by the access officer. What's the width of the access way? I presume it is flat access. I'm confused by why the Ministry of Defence Safeguarding would be a consultee for this item. Perhaps you could just explain. And also, just finally, the public art officer hasn't presented the item to us, but is here to help you with any questions. but that person is also a consultee. So is there any conflict of interest there, or is that okay? Thanks. So we'll go back to you now, then, James, and then councillors can ask questions after that if need be.
Excellent. Thank you for those. I'll try and sort of answer those in the order I received them, but apologies if I missed anything off. So in terms of consultation with the Autism Society, there was no consultation with the Autism Society, but in terms of the noise associated with the public art, what I would say is that this is a public space and it's located in areas where there's likely to be children playing in this area, sorry, and those noises are almost certainly likely to be a lot louder than the public art would be itself. But ultimately, no consultation was had with the Autism Society. In regards to the public seating, so as Chair, you mentioned earlier, this is public art, and so we need to look at it in the context of it being public art, but also providing some space for the community to gather, which is important for the Timberworks development itself. And whilst there is the potential that anything that is approved could be used negatively, we've got to view it being used positively and in the purposes of it being public art. And hopefully it will be used by the people who live there, and they're going to be the ones that interact with it. Also, in terms of potential adult drinking, so the Secure by Design officer had suggested a series of sort of mitigation measures, which were sort of acknowledged, and adaptations were made, particularly to the pavilion, to try and negate the antisocial behaviour that might be associated with this, which is why there's lighting included on a timer to try and deter people staying there, and it being a lot more open so that you've got more views, and so it might detract people from wanting to sit there because it's ultimately going to feel like quite an open space. The life expectancy, I was just trying to find the exact number, but from memory, although I might pass to Nadine as she might remember this better than me, but I remember seeing that everything has a minimum of a 25-year life expectancy. Is that correct, Nadine? Do you remember? Oh, sorry, you're just on mute at the moment, Nadine.
Apologies, everybody. I would agree with James. I think most public artworks, when we say permanent, we're really looking realistically about 25 years. Some go on to last longer. You know, some don't. But for this one and most of the other works on this site, we're looking at 25 years.
Thank you, Nadine. In terms of the vegetation around the pavilion, so that's being managed as part of the management plan, and it's also vegetation that's designed to stay quite short, but it is also going to be regularly managed through the management plan to ensure that it remains open but also stays well vegetated. So it's that balance. The beehive structure, this is a piece of public art, so it's a non-functioning beehive. So it's there to sort of promote. My understanding is it's to promote bees in general, and so that's why there's lavender around it to encourage bees to the area. But the beehive itself is not functional. That's right, isn't it, Nadine?
It is. It's more of a sculpture. A sculptural response linking to the other works that Alex, the artist, has proposed for the site.
Thank you. Moving on to 10.3 of my report, which was the ecology officer comments. So again, the bird boxes, their initial function is a piece of public art, but they have been designed that they can also function as bird boxes. So the primary function of them is public art, but they also have that doubling up of also functioning as a bird box. And they need to remain lower down so that people are able to read the poems that are written across the different bird boxes. CCTV for the area, as far as I'm aware, there's no CCTV other than that would potentially be at the nursery. And my understanding is that CCTV has not been discussed for overlooking the public open space. Why Why is it here? Why has this application come to committee? Chair, you were right. It's because it's in partnership with council-owned land, also partly to do with the size of the development as well. Is it art? In terms of is it art, I think I'll pass this over to Nadine as the public art officer, just to explain further, although I had touched on it in my presentation.
I'd just like to say that the Public Art SPD supports all different kinds of artist interventions. It also kind of urges caution of trying to define exactly what public art is, in terms that, you know, that it's a process of an artist responding to a brief, and the outcomes can be many and varied. It does attempt to give some ideas of what public art may be, and there are many examples in the city where artists have, for example, developed seating and benches and structures, and it can be architectural related to. I think with the artist Michael Pinsky, who's designed in particularly the pavilion, if that's what we're talking about, his practice is very immersive, and I think that's what this structure is. It's about being inside, understanding and hearing the weather at a slightly raised level, and the experience is kind of based on climate change and thinking about, you know, the weather in the past and the future. So as a structure, an immersive experience, I would say it's very much public art. The artist practice, he's very experienced at this type of work. It fulfills most of his practice with structures, sounds and light. And just to say, I don't know if anybody is familiar with the ARU site up near Newmarket Road roundabout, where there are some columns, and when you put your hands on the columns, your heartbeat produces sounds and light. That was also designed by this artist. So it's very much about his practice.
Excellent, thank you, Nadine. Is it accessible? In terms of accessibility, they provided drawings, although I haven't been able to find the exact drawing here, but it showed that there's enough space for wheelchair users to enter, turn around, and also turn around outside the front, and also there's enough width for a wheelchair to access along the boardwalks, which would be sort of the only space where it would be potentially too narrow, but they've shown that it wouldn't be. Why the MOD was consulted, that was an error on the system that they were consulted, but as they were consulted and had no objection, I felt that I'd include it just so that it didn't look like I was excluding anything. And in terms of Nadine as the public art officer, is there any conflict? I would say that there's no conflict. So Nadine acted on the panel in a way that you may get any other officer who would oversee part of a development to understand the design process. So the same way that you might get a landscape officer overseeing and being involved in workshops for an area of landscaping. And so they're purely to sort of assess the scheme throughout its process. And I think that's all of those questions covered. Apologies if I've missed anything.
Okay, thanks, Nadine. Thanks, James. Councillors, Councillor Gorthrock-Wood.
I apologise, this is another question on the beehive. So on the plans, we've got them the measurements. I take it that this is in millimetres. Is that correct? Because if it's rather small, I mean, if it's not a functioning beehive, and you've obviously, you know, I don't have to worry about the management of apiculture or anything if it isn't. You know, I'd want something that's really big to make the statement. Now, that's subjective and not what we're asked to consider here, but I did want to find out what the size was. And again, you know, my subjective view on the pavilion is that I looked at it first and thought, oh yeah, I'd like to have that in my garden with the vegetation around it. For my garden.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Badent.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly in my ward, so I have some association with this. The this 294 homes development deserves some proper public art. Now, I look at this shed, the Hive, and I think actually it's quite attractive. It is a piece of public art. It's like the Romsey R. People might say, oh, what's that about? Well, it's really popular and it's a real focal point in the community. This shed, again, is really attractive, but not only is it really attractive, it's enormously useful. People can actually interact with it and be part of it. Now, there's a lot of people going to live on this site, and clearly there will be a concern about public safety and antisocial behaviour. Nonetheless, the people on this site deserve a place where they can sit and meet and talk. Antisocial behaviour is a problem throughout the city. Everywhere we put something up, it becomes a consideration. If we were to be controlled by the people that need to drink, or the people that don't have a home, or the people that are dealing drugs, then we'd have absolutely nothing in this city in the form of public art, because they all represent gathering places. On this site is a really substantial play area where if there's going to be any antisocial behaviour, I would potentially think it would be more likely to be there. I think this is a sterling idea. I have reservations about antisocial behaviour, but I think it should be supported. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Any more? Yeah, so lots of practical questions, quite rightly, about this this item, and three different sets of work being presented. And I mean, I've already spoken about how I like the signs with poems on. We'll all have our favourites, I guess. The point of art is that it takes a risk, and it could be that some of these are less good than others. We don't know exactly until we see it in the flesh, I suppose. But I think the artists have done well, and I think we've done well to bring this forward. It might be useful, perhaps, James or Nadine, if you just pointed out where the money comes from for Percent for Art, because that might be useful just for residents listening. And if you could just also bottom out the access width in the pavilion, because you never gave us that, just so it's clear that it is accessible for all people. And other than that, you know, good luck. Let's hope it goes forward and is a good set of works for this site. Thank you.
Thank you,
Over to you,
Chair.
James, Nadine.
Thank you, Chair. What I'll do is I'll pass to Nadine quickly for the point on where the money comes from, whilst I'm quickly just finding the exact dimensions on the other screen of the access for the wheelchair. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The funding for the public art proposal for this site and many other in the cities comes through the public art SPT and the requirement to provide public art as part of the mitigation of development. So it comes through from the developers. It's allocated specifically for the provision of public art. On this site, the budget was actually a negotiated budget with the council, and all of the KIP sites have public art schemes.
Excellent. I've just got the drawing now. So the entrance width to the pavilion area is just over 1 metre, which allows plenty of space for the wheelchair to access. There is, they provided an indicated drawing with the size of the wheelchair, and there is enough space for it to turn around outside and within. Apologies, I'll share my screen. This is one of the drawings that will be sought to be approved. Hopefully that's visible, just so you can see there's the space here with the passage area. And they provided this just as an indicative drawing to show the turnaround space outside the front. In terms of the beehive itself, so those dimensions, they are in millimeters. So it's designed to look realistic, like a real beehive would. But I take your point in that you might prefer it to be much larger. In regards to, just to sort of follow up on Councillor Bajent's comments, just in regards to the public safety, again, this is something that's been considered throughout the design process, and it's something that I, as the case officer, have considered throughout my assessment, and it's something that I wanted to ensure that it was something that I would consider to be safe for every member of the public as well. So, which is why I recommend to support it. And I think that was all the questions, but if I've missed anything, please let me know.
Thanks, James. I think we're pretty much done. There's maybe one or two more. Firstly, I don't know if Councillor Bennett wanted to say anything about the access width, because there are wheelchairs and wheelchairs, of course, and some will and some won't properly go through that space. Councillor Bennett.
Yes, certainly. I think if you're talking about a standard attendance internal wheelchair, you could take it in. You wouldn't be able to turn inside, you'd have to reverse out. For some sort of users, 1 metre is not going to work because it's going to cause anxiety because you're going to be so close to an object, and you know you're in the chair, you don't have any control over it. Just because somebody has a physical disability, it doesn't mean to say it's their only disability. So if you think about elderly wheelchair users who might have Alzheimer's and a physical disability, I think that would be a complete no-no. I think there'd be so much anxiety that you could not use it. I don't think anybody in their right mind would be trying to wheel a mobility scooter into that. You'd be too worried about banging into something. But certainly, if you wanted to actually go and look at the outside mobility scooter, I think you really need an absolute minimum 1.1 metres and preferably 1.2. I suspect that any modelling has only been done on the basis of a standard unpowered wheelchair. So sorry, but I don't think the access quite works. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dawthrop-Wood.
Worry about the location of the railings throughout the site, the musical fence railings.
What do you mean? There are.
Yeah, where they are. I thought there was a plan showing where they were. If you could show that again, please.
Okay, any more questions? Right, okay, yes, Councillor Bajent.
Not so much a question, more about a condition, Chair. If this were to be passed, would we be able, as a planning committee, to require the disability access to be improved?
It's possible, I think, but I'll defer. So, James, Nadine, James, obviously you're the case officer, can you respond to those questions and please, and points about access and the railings?
Certainly. I'll start on the railings first, just because I have the plan in front of me here. I'll just share my screen. Again, this is one of the approved plans, and it was one of the ones from the presentation, but I've just focused it slightly more. So this pink circle here shows the location of where the railings will be.
Is your laser pointer at all, or is that not possible?
It's not possible on.
Okay, carry on then. Let's wiggle it around.
No, sorry. It's this pink in the centre. If I zoom in more, hopefully it'll make it clear which one I mean. So this pink one here, and as I zoom out, you can see the location of where that is compared to the remainder of the site. So it's located quite centrally in terms of the full length of the site. In terms of so the disability access for the pavilion, I mean those points are certainly taken. I think it's primarily designed sort of to be viewed from the outside as well. So the community centre or the community sort of seating area in the middle is obviously it would be nice. And I think I might need to pass to Toby in terms of adding improvements to the conditions to enable the disability access, because I think it would require the pavilion to be redesigned.
Okay, So it's a difficult point, needs bottoming out. I don't know if I may, James, whether Nadine might want to add anything to that, because this is a challenge that can come up with lots of public art in terms of access. Did you want to say anything, Nadine, at all on this matter, access?
I was just thinking about it, actually, just listening to the conversation and take on board what's been said. I think James is right that it would take a redesign of the work, but also the access and the boardwalk. And I'm not so close to the project in terms of the detailed design. I do know that an awful lot of detailed design processes have taken place, particularly even around the boardwalk in making access to anyone possible. It's very difficult to be able to answer without understanding all the kind of knock-on design impacts and whether it would mean almost going back to the drawing board, so to speak, and also budgetary issues, which are, there's a set budget for all of the public art projects on this site. So I think it's going to be very challenging for the designers and the team developing the public art to do that. And I'm not saying that lightly in terms of the concerns that have been raised, but I'm just giving you the practical answer that I think is the answer. I just don't know if there's enough budget to go back to the drawing board with this. I do know that lots of conversations have taken place about accessibility, but I wasn't party to them, so really I can't comment on those detailed conversations.
Okay, thanks, Nadine. Did you have anything else to add, James? No? Okay, so I'm still seeing a hand up here. So Councillor Bennett.
I think the most useful thing to improve access would be a very simple increase in the width of the boardwalk. And that would, because most of the problem is just getting there. So maybe just adding an informative, asking if the boardwalk width could be increased to 1.1 or 1.2 metres, which is, 8 inches, 20 centimetres. It's not really a huge difference. And I think that would mean that you could at least, if you weren't comfortable manoeuvring a wheelchair inside the structure, if you're trying to join a conversational group in the structure, you could at least be alongside, which would be nearly as good and not exclusive.
Thanks for those useful suggestions, Councillor. So it's a balance, isn't it? It's public art, but it also has a function, and the function is, there's a concern there in terms of access. I mean, I think those comments have been heard. We can either leave it at that, or we can take an informative forward, I guess, if you want to take it a bit more strongly in terms of doing all we can to make the work accessible to all people. I note that the access officer hasn't commented on this item, which means that he has no concerns, because what happens is the access officer looks at all planning applications and only comments on the ones that are of concern to him. So perhaps that might be the way forward. Councillor Thornborough.
Just picking up on your comments about the widening the access and maybe an informative or not. This is a city council, we're involved in the project, and I think the decision makers on the site could take note and consider this. I think that would be...
Yes, of course. Councillor Bajan.
Chair, it's a very difficult situation. We don't do a lot of public art here. If we'd have been commenting about the Alan Turing model that went into King's College, I suppose we wouldn't really be saying you should change the style of it. That would not be proper. So perhaps we can't unbalance this by changing the style of it. But if it's not accessible to everybody, then it shouldn't be accessible to anybody. We are the city council. As well as being a planning committee, it is our city council which has a disability policy. If, as we are informed, or is suggested, that it will not be accessible to almost everybody, then we should ask it to go back and for them to make it accessible. So we should defer this topic.
Well, there's two different ways forward now. Then we've got an informative proposal, which I've proposed to Councillor Bennett, and she nodded, or we can have a deferment proposal, but that would need a seconder. Is there a seconder to the deferment option? Seems not, Councillor. In that case, let's do an informative then, something along the lines of, Toby, something on the lines of, can we do everything we can to make the sites, the installations, as accessible as possible? Is there a standard? I don't know if there might be a standard installation thing or something like that. You speak, Toby.
Chair, that's absolutely fine. It seems to me as if we could add an appropriately.
You carry on, Toby, a minute.
It seems to me as if we could have an appropriately worded informative, and the marginal increase in width of the boardwalk seems to be something that could, I would assume, be accommodated as part of the detailed design. So that seems to officers as a reasonable suggestion. I've taken note, and we can draft something accordingly, Chair.
Thanks, Toby, and that can go to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, I presume, when we have the form of words. I apologise, Councillor Flubber, I didn't see your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, please, if you could possibly remind me what informative is, because I understand why when I used to come last year, the informative is not compulsory. So it's up to the developers to basically comply with that or not. And therefore, it might be that they're not going to comply with. And I agree with Councillor Bennett that we need to have access for all. I mean, times has changed, and this is very important. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, we are part of the development team, the City Council is. Toby, do you want to tell us what an informative is, please?
So, unlike a planning condition which defines the terms of the permission that you're granting, an informative does not have any status as such as part of the permission. It is just effectively a footnote and for information purposes for the applicant in terms of a proposal. So, for example, the council could never enforce against an informative not being adhered to or complied with. That's not the purpose of an informative. I hope that helps, Councillor.
So I see where you're coming from, Councillor Flaubert, but the thing is a condition has to be reasonable. This is public art, for a start. We are a development team, so we can be pretty sure that if we inform ourselves of something, we will be part of the team that delivers it. And if, perchance, there was some risk, well, when the form of words come to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, if any of those people aren't happy with it, then it will come back to committee for reconsideration, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so which one wants to speak now? Nadine, you want to say something?
Yes, please, if that's okay. I just wanted to add that I think the applicant will be open to the conversation in terms of, looking at that boardwalk. I feel, just having, been involved with the project to get this far, that they, what they proposed, it feels to me like they genuinely thought that they might have got it right, because there have been lots of conversations with stakeholders through the process. It's been an amazingly robust process. So I would hope that they were open, and I would honestly say I think they probably thought that this was the right scale from those conversations. So I'm more than happy to go back to the design team and have a chat with them.
Right, okay. I mean, I'm content with that. I think if you or not, as councillors, you need to vote against this item. If there's no other questions, let's go to the vote. James, you want to speak as well? Sorry, I didn't see your hand on the screen.
Yeah. Sorry, Chair. I thought you you might come back in regards to the width of the boardwalk. I've just double checked the measurement, and on the plans that we approved, it shows them as 1.5 metres wide for the boardwalk. So I just wanted to highlight that it's they're not 1 metre wide, they're 1.5 metres wide.
Okay, thanks. I mean, we can work with the access officer going forward anyway on that, and if there's any adjustments needed, I don't see why that can't be the case. So most people have intimated that that's possible. Councillor Bennett.
I would regard 1.5 metres as adequate for almost any mobility scooter and wheelchair. I think we only insist on 1.2 on pavements, so 1.5 seems perfectly reasonable. And if I'd been told it was 1.5 in the beginning, I wouldn't have raised this point.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bennett. In that case, let's go to the vote then. So, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendations set out at page 43 of the agenda pack, that is to approve the proposal subject to the planning conditions as set out below, with minor amendments to the conditions as drafted delegated to officers, and with an additional informative in relation to the width of the boardwalk and accessibility to be agreed through Chair, Vice Chair and spokes.
Thanks, Toby. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. So thanks for that. It's a very robust debate. Good. Let's have a short break before we start on the minor items. It's been quite full on, that one, hasn't it? And I do believe in having breaks, especially for people online as well. So if we come back at, say, about 11:05, and we'll start with the remaining minor items of the day. Thank you very much, councillors. Back after a short break. So the next item is item 6, 72 to 74 St Philip's Road. The officer is Jane Rodens, who's here in person, and there are no speakers on this item. So I think we're all ready. So Jane, if you're ready to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chairs. This application is outline application for one and a half storey dwelling with no matters reserved at 72 to 74 St Philip's Road. So here is the location plan. You can see the area is marked out on red on that plan, slightly to the left of the screen. Here is a proposed site plan. The area marked in yellow is where the proposed dwelling is, and the access will be onto St Philip's Road, the road to the north, sorry. Here are the proposed elevations. As you can see, it's a 1.5 storey dwelling. Proposed floor plans. Here are some site photographs when they load up. This is the proposed site. Looking at the site directly. Back towards the dwelling. And looking along the road. This application is recommended for approval. As you can see, there are the key material considerations which are outlined in the officer report, balances potential reasons for refusal. It's considered that there will be minimal harm to the conservation area. It will not unduly impact upon the residential amenity or the future occupiers of the site. The proposal complies with waste standards. There's been no objection from the local highways authority, drainage or environmental health, and there are no other concerns from consultees. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I note that Councillor Bajan has his hand up, and do you want to speak first before me, Councillor Bajan? You go.
I need to make a point, Chair. I think I noted in the officer's comments as objecting. I've got to say that on the 19th of September 2022, I did object because of a lack of detail. Then the detail was provided, so then I went from objecting to neutral with a comment that if the officer is minded to approve this proposal, I would like to call it into committee. So I believe that it would be possible for people to misunderstand my position. I can tell you that I am absolutely neutral on this. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor. That's exactly what I was going to refer to. So in 8.1, it reads, Councillor Bajan has made a representation objecting to the application on the following grounds. So do you mind, Councillor, if I just check with the legal officer, Keith, on this? Keith, anything to say on this?
No, I'm quite happy with what I've heard from Councillor Bajan about impartiality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more? So are we into debate now, or are these structural items? Okay, in that case, we'll go forward with debate. Councillor Thornborough.
The elevations don't show the elevations of the buildings on some sides because the fence is shown, but not what the actual walls. So there are, I think, on the ground floor, there are windows running down the length of the lounge and the kitchen, but there's a very small gap. I don't know if those windows are just the top sort of tiny windows, and then there's a fence. I don't know how far down they go. I don't know what they look like. I don't know how anybody's going to clean the windows or clean the space. There's such a small gap. And the same applies for the little office. There's on the elevation, there's a sort of, is there a tiny little high window or does it go lower? So there's that. And this, I know that this is, there's a condition referring to M42, which means that this is meant to be accessible and adaptable. So I just want to remind us that this is to meet the occupants with different needs, including some older or disabled people, and has to allow for adapting to changing needs of occupants over time. This plan does not comply with what is set out for M42 as far as the entrances. That the space in front of the front door should be 1.2 metres by 1.2 metres, and the WC on the ground floor should have an accessible zone. So, the door has to open out, and there has to be space for a disabled person to use that toilet. And I know we have a condition to say it has to meet M42, but again and again and again, why are these plans coming to us when they do not meet them? It's the same. We have a policy about bike storage, and we've made the point again and again that if we have a policy about bike storage, it needs to comply with that policy. So I just want to make those 2 points. It doesn't comply with M42 currently. I know we have a condition which says it does. It will have to, and I'm really concerned about the quality of those spaces with what is really unknown about the windows and how they're going to clean the outside of those windows or fit down that space. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. So I'm going to go back to the officer now, because there's quite a few points there, but also, well, firstly to say that in terms of making the point again and again, it needs to be said that officers do make these points to developers and applicants rather, and if the applicant chooses to not take account of the point that's being made to them, that's their prerogative. So, you know, what we see on the table is their, well, not their prerogative, but I mean, it's their decision.
I know, but I know that the point about the bike storage has been made much more clearly to applicants, and they are being, in my opinion, it looks like they're more compliant with policy now because of the very strong points made at the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. So, but on the other 2 points, the windows and access and cleaning and all of that, and also access more generally in M42, perhaps I'll go back to the officer on that, because those are a few points that are quite important. But also, Jane, perhaps you could just comment on the amendment sheet before we go forward, as I don't think you mentioned that. Thanks. Back to you then, Jane.
Thank you, Chair. So if I start with the amendment sheet, I do apologise. So there's a condition requested on the amendment sheet for if contamination is unexpected and found, then it will be reported back to the council. It's the standard condition for contamination. In regards of the access, I'm just measuring the plans now. It would appear, give me a second. The access width, if I share my screen, is 1.2 metres wide. I don't know if you can see that. That's the best I can do on this laptop. Which is that space there, 1.2. Of it would be 2 metres. So I can zoom in. And that would be the access. With regard
Just
to
before you go on, Jane, let me interrupt you a minute, sorry. So normally one doesn't scale off drawings. Is it okay to do that in this case, as you've just done, to prove the point?
Yeah, so drawings will be scalable, as it says that there are 1 to 50 on these. That's how we would measure the application.
Okay, carry on.
To committee. Yeah. In regards of the rest of the unit being accessible, we could request that the door open the other way for the toilet, but then that would be personal preference to the person that's going to build this dwelling. As Chair said, that we could have the plans in front of us and we make the assessment there. It wasn't considered that that part would be refusable in this case, but we do have the condition on to make sure they are M42 compliant as they go through building regulations. Thank you, Chair. Oh no, the windows, I do apologise. So it's my understanding that the windows on the front would be floor to ceiling, so to speak, windows, very tall. But we could imply a condition for the details of the windows to be provided. How they're going to clean them, I'm not too sure. Again, that would probably be personal preference of how they do that. And then the study window, my understanding is it would be not floor to ceiling, but we could also include that as a condition for details. Whether it's a rotating window inside to clean it, I wouldn't know from the details that we've been provided at this stage.
Perhaps to further inform Councillor Thornborough and the rest of us, can you scale the width between the building and the fence? Get a dimension. Looks like about half a metre or something. Must be 600.
Confirm, is that the front of it onto the main highway? About 30 centimetres. 37 centimetres. What does I go through?
Okay, thank you. Those are your answers and Councillor Thornborough. Any more questions? Councillors, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Okay, I must admit I do find it quite difficult to get an idea of the actual sizes when I'm, scale 1 to 50, when I'm looking through these looking through the plans prior to our committee meetings, because I'm working on the paper plans. I did have concerns about M42, which Councillor Thornborough has raised. I also wondered about the stairs and turning circles. And then it didn't seem to me that because this is in a very tight site, we'd probably need a full construction plan or condition on that. I wondered whether the cycle store was actually big enough, given this is a two double-bedroomed house dwelling. So, sure, I know we have the minimum number of cycles addressed, but, you know, there's going to be cargo bikes as well, no doubt. So 2 cargos, 2 ordinary bikes, a cargo bike, children's bikes maybe. I also was worried about heat. If the roof windows have to be fixed shut, I'd also like to have seen no permitted development to ensure the garden is not block paved and turned into just hard standing, because there's the biodiversity net gain need. A couple of other things. I was concerned as well about, given that this is, the front is north facing, but I was concerned about the houses opposite and the height of the building. So I'd just like a bit more information on that, and whether light is going to be affected. Similarly, the garden of number 50 Hemiford Road and 48. So there's going to be some overshadowing. and possibly in the morning. And, well, it's overshadowing of surrounding gardens, let's put it like that. I was concerned about that. And also, we've got conditions 8 and 9, which are on energy use, but I wonder whether it was possible to specify these in perhaps more detail so that we ensure that, you know, solar thermal, solar PV, air source heat pumps, green, blue roofs are put up wherever possible. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, councillor. So there were maybe some questions there, Jane, but also comments. Any more councillors? Okay, so it's interesting design with the sort of large cladding on the roof as well as on the walls, which is not, well, it's fairly unusual, but not commonplace. I presume the large cladding on the roof will be not the structure, not the item that will keep the rain off. I presume there's something underneath to keep the rain off. I also, so that's not so bad. I think, you know, I've seen buildings like that before that have the same roof material as wall material. It can look interesting. Hesitant to put that into the same camp, this particular item, because I'm not quite sure how that's going to work. Normally what happens is it's the building material is the material that keeps the rain off, both on the wall and on the roof, and it sort of just bends round to the walls. So I'm hesitant to be sure that it's going to look good in a few years' time when it's rained a few years. The other thing is, aesthetically, I find it quite challenging to imagine that the larch cladding on the building itself, combined with the timber fence, which will be a different sort of wood fence, will look good. It's sort of too much wood, really. It probably would have been better if you're going to have that, use timber on the building itself, if the fence or wall was made of something else, like, for example, let's say brick or something, to contrast better. But it might just have been a functional consideration in terms of using up less space on the site so that you can get access to the windows to clean them, perhaps, I don't know. So anyway, there is an option, I suppose, that the fence could be painted with a stain, so that could mitigate what I've just said. Other than that, it seems like a fairly acceptable design. I can't think of any other questions further to those which councillors have asked already. Councillor Bajan, you've got a question?
Well, a point in part answer to your question, to your point, Chair. There are two other buildings down St Philip's Road of similar outside structure. So you can see, and it's not unattractive. My concern would be that if it continues like this, it will damage the conservation area, which is one of Victorian facing houses. There's a balance here. I mean, we need properties, but do we need them at any cost? Why this couldn't have been built in a Victorian style, I don't know.
I mean, it's a good point, Councillor Bajan, and if I can reply, you know, to that, I think what's happening here is we have a small, low building, which is normally what developers are able to put onto these sorts of sites, but also a building that's sort of disguised as a shed or as a that sort of building, and it's a house that's sort of shown as a shed, and that's what often tends to, even if it's brick, even, I mean, there's a development going up in Market Ward at the moment, which is meant to look like a collection of sheds on sort of, you know, Eaton Street back way, but close to there, and it's the same aesthetic. So I think, you know, in a conservation area, it can work. I agree with you, it's not Victorian building, but it's a different thing and we live in a different age, so I find it acceptable. Councillor Thornborough.
The other thing about that amount of cladding so close to the boundary, it is another building control issue because there is a risk of fire from the bounce. You know, a car could catch fire, or somebody on the garden on the other side may have a bonfire in the garden, and the building control are very clear about the amount of timber or flammable material and how close it is to the boundary. So a habitable house with timber is normally, they're very clear about what is permissible within a metre. This is within 30 millimetres of the boundary. So there's a whole pile of building control issues about protection, fire protection of the building. And what has happened in other places is that the car parking spaces outside a timber building have been removed because of the risk to the building. But that's a building control thing. So I actually like the style of this building. I'm very concerned about the quality of the internal spaces through the windows being sort of blocked by the fence so close to such a height. And maybe that can be, and the cleaning and, the practical sides of that, and that could be dealt with by condition. I also think the M4(2) condition, we need to say that the internal spaces need to comply. I think this is, I quite like the style of architecture, but I just think it's not the best composition. And I'm worried about the quality of the person living in those lower spaces with those windows.
Yeah, agree with you, Councillor. And just to be clear, you said 30 millimetres, I think you meant 30 centimetres gap between the building and the fence. And fire was on my mind as well. We sort of gone off at a slight tangent. We need to remember the case officers. So perhaps we'll just check that fire thing and other points that were raised by Councillor Goldthorpe-Wood with you, Jane, please.
So in regards of the cycle and bin storage, we have condition 10 that will ask for the details for that to be provided. We could add a condition to say that the garden should not be blocked, that the permitted development rights of the garden should be removed, because at the moment they could do non-permeable paving on part of the garden. The roof lights were raised. So there's a condition, number 11, that talks about if the windows are over 1.7 metres, then there'll be non-opening internally, but that's the ones that are facing towards the neighbour. So the height of the building itself is 5.6 metres. It's considered that this would have minimal impact on the amenity of the neighbouring properties, as this building is to the north of the nearest neighbouring gardens. So it would probably have more of an overshadow onto St Philip's Road rather than to the dwellings to the south of it. The roof, wall materials and the boundary treatment. We have condition 3 asking for the roof and wall materials. We also have condition 12 asking for the boundary materials. So as they come in, officers can keep a check of those to make sure that they're considered together. In regards of the fire risk, so this would be a building control matter, whether this amount of timber would be acceptable. If building control potentially consider it isn't, then this would either be considered through a discharge condition or a section 73.
Thanks, Jane. Toby just wants to say something.
Yeah, it's just a bit of context really for Councillor Thornborough. So this application, members have read the papers, you'll see that actually it came in originally as an outline, so we didn't have much detail. We now do have detail, but except fully the point around the window detailing in particular, I think you would expect to see that on as part of the full plans. I've been looking through the plans and there is an image of the kind of long, thin window that Jane was describing along that edge onto St Philip's Road. So I feel relatively comfortable around the condition regarding the treatment of those windows on that north and the east elevations, together with I think the boundary condition that Jane has recommended is probably key to how that facade of the dwelling is going to relate to the road, and there's probably some quite interesting things that you could do with lowering it or making it more permeable, so there's a little bit of transparency if you're sitting in the lounge, in the kitchen, diner. So I think you probably do want some kind of relationship there between the roadway, and there seems to be quite a generous outlook onto the garden through the window facing west, but very much take your point, Councillor, around the detailed aspects of the design. And I think looking at some of the accompanying images in their design and access statement, we should be able to point the applicants quite clearly in the direction where I think you're heading.
Thanks, Toby. So I think there is a concern there with that gap, which is I know this is not a planning issue, but I'm going to say it anyway, which contains a space that's 30 centimetres wide, which can then contain things like dead leaves, litter, debris on a hot day, and that could be a potential place where a fire could start or even be started maliciously, who knows. So that I'm just going to say that's a concern, and hopefully building control will pick that up. I think the thing going forward, Jane, is what happens if building control aren't content with the wood fence or the wood panelling on the building. Does that mean it's going to come back to planning committee with those changes? I suppose it will be subject to Chair and Vice Chair Spokes, because I think we've talked about the look of the building, and if the look is going to change, that is going to be significant. Councillor Thornborough.
I actually feel that when the landscaping's considered, I don't know, is there a landscaping condition, that they should maybe consider taking down the fence along beside the lounge and the kitchen there, and actually use that gap for planters or something to create a buffer with the footpath. But again, there are some good examples where we've got that sort of little gap between a building and the pavement, and how it's been treated to provide some privacy, but there's a kind of like buffer zone. And I think something along that line, if that came forward, might be more successful than the fence along the boundary.
I think you're right, Councillor. A creative approach to that space could improve it a lot. Any more questions, Councillors? Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
This is on the boundaries, and I'm just wondering how would the roof and the building be maintained at the back, for example, and the side? I call it the side. It's where the door is, the main entrance office, WC is, and then at the back, because you're going to have to go into a neighbour's property, aren't you, to be able to do any maintenance on the wall, if not the roof. Thanks.
You're probably right. Civil matter, really, I think. But I defer to you, Jane. You say it. You're the expert.
So yeah, probably be a civil matter for that part, but we could potentially add a landscaping condition. We don't have one, to ask about the garden and then the access treatments along the side passage.
Yeah, okay. Let's do that. I mean, some strong, thick japonica growing around those windows would be a lovely edge to the building. I think would be much better than what's shown at the moment, but we have what we have at the moment in front of us, I suppose. Anything else? Okay, Councillor Thornborough.
So if there is a landscaping clause, we could pick up the Gawthorpe-Wood's point about paving in not, ensuring that there is biodiversity in the garden. And I don't know whether we could actually say, don't want plastic grass. I don't know, are we treading, going, I would really like to try and avoid plastic grass if we could, going forward.
Well, Councillor, I mean, we've been here before, haven't we? You are the Executive Councillor for Planning. You bring forward policy, so let's have a policy. But at the moment, I'm not quite sure we do have a policy on plastic grass, but we certainly can address the non-permeable paving, which you mentioned, Jane. I think let's do that. And so let's have permeable paving if we're going to have any. But you were going to say something, Jane?
It may be best to have the permeable paving through a removal of PD rights condition, as landscaping is normally retained within 5 years or once it dies or grows off. So we could have a separate condition for PD rights and landscaping.
Councillors approve of that, Toby? I mean, that's an extra administration thing for us to manage in the planning department, presuming.
I think we can have an additional landscaping condition. I think the last thing that you'd want to see on this site is actually the creation of a car parking space, for example, from St Phillips Road. So a hard and soft landscaping condition in combination with a condition that removes permitted development rights with regard to paving, and in particular seems like a sensible way forward.
Thanks for that, Toby. I thought we'd done then, but you picked up on something that none of us noticed, is the potential for a car parking space. So thanks for that. Do you want to respond to that question from Toby, Jane? Can we stop a car parking space, or should we stop a car parking space? Or I don't know, I'm not quite sure.
So originally, these plans came in with the garden being a car parking space, but there is no dropped curb there, so we asked the applicant to remove that and just put it as a garden space. With the potential for removing PD rights, it wouldn't be a hard parking space. I'd probably refer to Toby for this, but whether we could word it into the landscaping plan for there not to be a car parking, but would that may potentially be unreasonable? Having a condition.
So I'll let Toby come back, but just to say, I mean, I think amenity space for future occupants is important, and if you put a car parking space there, there's not a lot of amenity space. Toby, you want to say something?
I think, Chair, through you, my advice would be we just have a standalone condition prohibiting any form of car parking within the curtilage of the site, and that's an easier condition to enforce.
Thank you. Councillor Dryden.
About car park, I mean, lots of areas I know where people just take the fence up, drive over the curb and up in the garden, front garden. So how are you going to stop it after it's happened? You can do what you want now, but after a while they just park in the garden, won't they?
Thank you for that, Councillor. Any more? Okay, I think we're ready for the recommendation then, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. You'll have to bear with me. So the recommendation is set out on page 60 of the reports pack. That is to approve the application subject to the conditions as set out below. That is subject to an additional condition on the amendment sheet with regard to unexpected contamination, an additional condition in terms of hard and soft landscaping, an additional condition regarding construction management plan, an additional condition in relation to the removal of permitted development rights with regard to development within the curtilage of the property, expressly in relation to hard surfacing and paving being permeable, an additional condition in terms of the final window design in the north and east elevations of the property, an amendment to the M42 condition with express reference to the issues that Councillor Thornborough raised during the debate with regard to the layout, a condition, additional, actually we've got a boundary condition, so the last condition would be a condition in relation to the prohibition of any car parking within the curtilage of the property. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So all those in favour of the recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Thanks, Ant. Thanks, Jane. So should we do one more before we have a break? Yeah. Yep, okay. So the next item is Amwell Road, item number 7. No speakers on this item. The officer is Amy Stocks. online. So I think we're all ready to go. Yep, okay, so Amy, do you want to present the item then, please?
Yep, I'm just going to share my screen. If it will let me. Sorry, one moment. Apologies. There we go. Apologies, it wasn't giving me the option to select a screen. Can I just confirm that everyone can see
Yep,
my
that's
screen?
there, thanks.
Brilliant. So yeah, the application is for 36 Amwell Road. As you can see there, I've put a location plan. I'll put on my pointer, sorry. There we go. So the site is located on Amwell Road. The site faces into a close type of arrangement to the north of the wider road. Immediately to the north of the site are the rear gardens of neighbouring properties, and a small parking area off of Armitage Way. The southern elevation of the site is bordered by the rear garden of number 34. The site is located in flood zone number 1, and there is no other known land designations that impact this site. There is currently a bungalow on the site, and that is just shown here on the red line image here from Google of the extent of the site. Just for the relevant planning history, a permission was refused in 2018 for the erection of 6 back-to-back houses. This was refused as it would be overbearing in nature, and the bulk of the scheme would present a very low quality internal space with no external amenity areas. In May 2019, a very similar application to the one that I'm presenting today was approved for the demolition of the bungalow and the erection of 3 terraced houses. As I said, this was approved in 2019, but due to COVID constraints, the applicant did not implement the permission, and therefore the time limit did lapse. And just for clarity, this is the application that I am presenting today. So just for context, this is what the existing site looks like. It is a bungalow, just to show everyone. It is empty at the moment and does include a single garage to the southeast of the site. The site plan, what I have done, I have included the previously approved application. This is an extant permission, but I have included it just to show what was approved under the same documents that we have today, being the same local plan. So this is what was approved in the 2019 application that did lapse, and this is what is being proposed today. The proposed site plan shows the layout for the 3 dwellings. Plot 1 will benefit from the garage here, while the rest will not benefit from any garages. Each dwelling will have a private amenity space to the rear and access to the rear gardens from the Armitage Way parking area to allow for cycle and bin storage. Much like the previous application, ground floor shows a kitchen and living room area. The main difference is highlighted here from what was previously approved, was that a ground floor toilet and a cupboard area has been included on this ground floor. It's not thought that the inclusion of these elements will impact the character or anything like that, so officers aren't too concerned with this elements being included. The proposed first floor plan, again, just for context, what was previously approved, the same layout has been proposed this time, except for the bathroom area here has been made larger. Now it includes a shower area rather than a bath, and a area and cupboard that can be accessed from the hallway. While the second floor doesn't change from what was previously approved, but is now an extant permission. Another very slight difference in what was previously approved on the southeast elevations, the porch areas above the front doors have been made smaller to be in keeping more with what the porch areas can be observed on neighbouring properties. And then, yep, just same elevation has been proposed again. Again, just to show you what the elevations look like, not much to difference. And again, rear exactly the same, what has been previously approved but is now extant. So the character and design, just to touch upon that briefly, there are dormers to the rear that have been proposed. While the dormers would be visible from Armitage Way to the rear of the site, and that there is no other visible dormers in this locality, due to their integrated nature and the suitable materials chosen, would mean that the dormers would not be considered to be out of character within the proposed properties. They would not be overbearing or obtrusive, and officers do consider that the siting of the dormers would be acceptable in this location. Smaller porches have been reduced in size, which would actually be more in keeping with the character of the area than what was previously approved. And roof lights have been maintained to the front of the site than what was previously approved. And it's not thought that these would be out of character or anything like that to the of the wider area, given they're quite high up and wouldn't necessarily be observed or considered to be overbearing onto the wider area. So just touch upon car and cycle parking. Plot 1 will benefit from a garage, while the others will not. The other two plots will have to rely on parking on the wider street scene, as the site is not located within a controlled parking zone. Officers are unable to condition parking to prevent on-street parking. The Greater Cambridge Sustainable Design Guide does outline the standards for EV parking at one slow charge point for each dwelling within the allocated parking. Therefore, a EV charging point has been secured via condition to be allowed for in this garage. Cycle parking is proposed in the rear gardens of the free properties. Very limited details have been provided on what type of cycle storage will be provided. So therefore we have secured this by condition 13, which has been agreed. So yeah, just to kind of conclude, it is recommended, the application has been recommended for a approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. There's also a note on the amendment sheet. I think you want to refer to that, Amy?
Yes, so it was just to clarify a typo in the report where it said that under, I think it was paragraph 1.3, that it said that the proposal would impact the character of the area, when it was supposed to say it would not impact the character.
Okay, thanks, Amy. I think we've all got that hopefully in front of us. Councillor Dryden.
Chair, just a question. Since this was already approved 3 years ago, has there been any more planning laws showing difference? Because if it's not, it's going to be very hard to not approve this.
It's lapsed now, isn't it? I'll check with the officer. Any more questions? Councillor Thornborough.
One difference between the previous scheme and this scheme is that the height of the ridge has risen. I think that you can see that in the front and rear elevations, and the side elevations. It looks like they're identical, but they're not. The existing, in the original scheme, the ridge was the same height as the adjacent buildings in that area, but there are none of the neighbouring buildings have a third story, and there is not the headroom. So this ridge has risen in height to get the necessary headroom, and that's not really being picked out as a difference in the proposals, but just want to make that.
Thank you. Councillor Walter Wood.
I wondered what the width of the path to the back was. I mean, given that we like to have cycle stalls in front of houses, and I note that here they're going to be in the back gardens, am I right? So we need to make sure that the path is wide enough to get them in and out the back. I just noticed there is a condition. I was going to ask about permitted development, but I think that's covered by a condition. And as always, it's just trying to read the plans and see if they are actually fully M42 compliant in terms of turning circles. But I'm sure one of the other councillors will, Councillor Bennett, can pick that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask a couple of questions as well, and Amy, then we'll go back to you. So, the living room is very small. Is that a matter of concern? I note that the dwellings do meet space standards, but a bit concerning. I'm also perplexed by the fact that there are 3 bathrooms in these 2-bedroom buildings, and the cycle parking again has been referred to as at the rear. In the previous item, you know, you could walk along the street, it wasn't too far to get from the cycle to the front door, but here it's the case of walking a fair way to get from your bike back to the front door. Not good, we don't recommend that. I'm sure officers told the applicant that. And I've noted the height of the ridge as well, so perhaps if you could show that on a drawing so we can be quite clear about the height of the ridge. And also one thing that Councillor Thornborough has raised in the past is the possibility of the applicant building the building as shown in terms of what they aim to achieve, like 3 stories and a particular height. I'm sure we can condition the height, but it's going to be a bigger building relative to buildings next to it. So back to you then, Amy, then we'll have more questions after that if need be.
Yep. Let me just, yep, my mic is still on. So just going to the planning laws, I don't believe that there has been any update in planning laws. The only thing I can think about right now would be not necessarily planning law, but the guidance has changed in terms of biodiversity net gain, but a condition has been imposed to ensure that that is provided and secured. The difference in height, so if I just go back to my presentation very quickly and then share my screen. Right. There we go. Okay.
Amy, just while you're doing that, let Toby speak about changes in planning law, because I think he's got a couple
Okay.
of things to add.
It's more planning policy, really. Amy's right to pick out the sustainable design and construction SPD. There's our biodiversity SPD. Fundamentally, the NPPF has been revised since, with a greater focus on design in particular, with the launch of the kind of national design guide. So those are probably the key kind of local and national changes. The applicable policies in the local plan remain the same, Councillor.
Okay, thanks, Toby. So SPD is supplementary planning document, so a supplement to the local plan and in addition to National Planning Policy Framework. Back to you then, Amy, please.
So just to address the difference in height, so shown on my screen here, that the ridge height was always very slightly higher than the surrounding. When I measured that, it was about 200 mil. So I just wanted to point that out, that the ridge height has what was very slightly higher than neighbouring properties in the previously extant permission. To address the width of the rear path, if I can go back, here we go. So I have measured up the widths here. Sorry, bear with me. So yes, the path to the side here of plot 1, which borders number 34, is compliant with about 1.2 meters with the cycle guidance SPD. The path to the rear here is too narrow. It is roughly 1 meter wide, and we would rather that to be 1.2 to allow for dragging bins from areas and allowing bikes to be put to the rear. We can secure that through condition though, to just shave a very small area of the gardens to these two plots to make sure that it has been allowed for. And then moving on to PD, yes, Class A, which refers to extensions, and Class E, which refers to outbuildings, have been removed from these properties, as officers consider that the gardens are of a modest size at the moment, and to include any additional structures would make these gardens smaller and unsuitable. And I believe that was all the questions, if there were any. Yeah.
Possibly. Councillor Thornborough.
Can the rear access, is it who owns the land that they gain rear access from? Is it possible that that they could be developed and the rear access would be lost, or can we guarantee that they will retain that rear access? And also, can you, on the drawing there is a section which shows the bedroom on the top floor. Could you measure the height of that room? It's shown as bedroom 2, please.
Yep.
So, can I beg to differ with the previous planning officer here, which is a dangerous place to go to, but measuring drawings is not really the best way to get a dimension. These are not construction drawings, so I'm not sure we would, but we can certainly get an indication, but I'm just saying that it's not really the best thing to do. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Condition 10 and 15 look as though they're the same. And I wonder whether we needed a full construction plan condition, because I'm aware of the neighbours. I know we've got lots of things about dust. And I couldn't see, maybe I've just missed it, I couldn't see a condition about energy use. There's one on water. Oh, hang on, yes, we've got the number 20. Carbon reduction statement. It would be nice to see some specifics in the application, though. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Okay, back to you then, Amy.
Yep, that's not a problem. So just to, if I can share my screen again, the height of the bedroom 2, just on this section here, so I'm assuming everyone can see my screen, is about 2.2 meters in height. I can go down to the other area here, which would be 1.8, kind of sloping down. That would be the height of that bedroom. Yep.
Are you content, Councillor Thornborough?
Yeah, they just have to be able to fit the staircase in under building regulations, which might become an issue, but that's not for us to comment on here. But it seems like there's adequate height in the bedroom.
I think the point Councillor Thornborough is getting at, Amy, is that it could happen that on site the ridge height needs to go higher to achieve the building, and then we have a bit of a challenge, don't we? But that is something that happens, so we just have to deal with that when we come to it, I guess, if need be. Any more questions? And what about this thing with the cycle parking then? Because that's normally something committee are not keen on at all, to see the cycle parking round the back of the building, fairly inaccessible. I'm sure officers have told the applicant this, and here we have it on the table in front of us. It's not policy compliant, I believe. So, Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, do you want to speak?
Well, I was going to ask as well if we could have, again, no paving over or plastic grass in the back gardens anyway. But they are going, although it says that there's no permitted development, you're going to have some bike sheds somewhere, back or front, and we usually have them in the, our policy is to have them at the front. Thanks.
I suppose the thing is on balance, is that enough to refuse the application? Non-permeable paving is the term, isn't it? No non-permeable paving. And I suppose, could that be extended to plastic grass? Is that a reasonable interpretation of non-permeable paving? I'm not sure. Can you give a view on that, Amy, perhaps?
I honestly wouldn't be too sure myself on that, whether that would extend to plastic grass. But I think given that we have asked for a biodiversity net gain with details, a biodiversity net gain plan, it wouldn't be within the applicant's best interest to then put plastic grass down. So I think I wouldn't be too sure if it would extend to that. I'd have to check.
Okay. Councillor Thornborough, yeah.
Is there, I haven't gone through all the conditions, could we have a condition about the bike storage so that it can be considered to be, they could come back with a storage unit at the front so that the amenity space at the back is kept at maximum?
Yeah, I think the issue with the potential of putting the storage to the front would be that the areas to the front of the dwellings is quite small. So they're about 8 meters squared each, and in line with the cycle guidance, they have to provide a storage of, I believe it's 1.4 by 2 meters, which would take up quite a bit of space for the storage of 2 cycles, where you could risk with those areas to the front looking quite cluttered. And given that there is a pavement to the rear, or to allow for access from Armitage Way, on an on-balance review, officers thought that the cycle storage to the rear would be okay in this instance. But if it is something where you'd prefer to see them to the front, then it could be something we could liaise with the applicant. But we were under the impression that it could potentially give the street scene a quite cluttered look to the front of these properties, given the small area provided to the front.
Thank you. Councillor Gulthrope-Wood.
Can you remind me of the size of the back gardens, please? The square
Yep.
meterage.
So plot 1 is 25 meters squared, excluding that path to the side. When you include the path to the side that borders number 34, we're looking at 33 meters squared. Plot number 2, which is the middle plot, benefits from 19 meters squared, while plot number 3 has 22 meters squared.
And those might change a bit if we go for that 1.2 metre access way at the back, mightn't it? And I think we should do that, unless anyone else disagrees. No. You had your hand up again, Councillor Gulthrope-Wood?
Well, it was actually just to mention, does that include or exclude the path, which needs to be 1.2 metres, as you've said. And again, it's to reiterate what Councillor Thornborough said earlier. Is that within the red line? That path is within the boundary. And would there be any problem with somebody trying to develop over the parking spaces to the rear?
So the dimensions of the gardens, I have excluded the footpath, as they wouldn't be considered, that area wouldn't be considered as that amenity space for those plots. On the red line plan, which I can get up, it does show the plant. Sorry, let me just have a quick. I've not put it on here. Yep, on the red line plan, it does show the footpath to be included within that red line. So we are under the impression that the applicant owns that area. So the footpath would be within the applicant's control.
Okay, we need to wrap this up soon, councillors. Councillor Thornborough.
I think that's not what we were asking. To access the path within the red line boundary at the back, you need to go across other footpaths or through other parking spaces. So does those parking spaces or that other footpath might come through as a further development in the future, and therefore they would lose the back access? Is that right? Or do they have a very clear route to that back access from Armitage Way? I'm saying, how do you get from Armitage Way to the path at the back? So that if we put the bikes at the back, can we be sure that they'll have access in the future? And if not, then maybe it strengthens the reason to have it at the front.
Yeah, so just getting this drawing up. So just to have a look at that red line. There is a footpath that leads past these houses here from Armitage Way, which would then, join essentially to this new path to the rear of these properties here. That, from what I can see, isn't within the applicant's control. So if something did come about, then we'd have to assess on that application's merit. But given that it would be the parking for the neighbouring properties, again, if an application to come forward, we'd have to assess that on that merit. But presently, that can be accessed by this footpath here from Armitage Way. This area here.
So that's interesting. So it looks like you have to sort of basically walk around the block to park your bike at the back of your dwelling, and then come back around the block to come in your front door. So
There is an
yeah.
Sorry, there is an area here where you can walk down the side, but it's not necessarily a designated footpath. It's more of a walking by the parking.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was assuming was going to be the case. So if that's, well, assume it might still be an assumption that's fair, but what about what isn't shown then? Isn't it possible to have a path that goes to the left of the set of 3 dwellings site plan, and then to the back, and then turns right along the back of the opposite way? Yeah, that's it, to the way it's shown.
Yeah. I think because these parking spaces here won't benefit these properties, it would be more for the wider kind of Anwell Road site. It would be something that the applicant would have to liaise with, because the actual ownership of this land, we're not too, I don't know who that is. So they'd have, in order to then put a footpath on that place, they'd have to liaise with that landowner.
I get that, Amy, never mind about that, but what about, I mean, I'm redesigning it on the table here, but isn't it possible that the applicant could have the access way go down, as you showed with your arrow, on the left-hand side of the site plan to the back, and then turn right along the back of the gardens that way? Side,
that way.
Left, that side, down that way. Couldn't that happen?
I mean, this would be included within the boundary of the occupants of number 1, so that would technically be their garden space behind the garage. So it would mean that would then become a footpath, and it would probably cut across here, which would then only leave this house here with that level of amenity space.
Okay, all right, I've got it. But I mean, the thing is, what we've got here then, councillors, is one of the worst cases of cycle parking I've ever seen in this committee, where you're meant to sort of park your bike and then go around the block, park your bike, then walk round the block again. I mean, a decent sized block as well, to get back to your front door. This is not what we want to see, is it? Does anything I want to say about that? Maybe Toby, officers, is it not a big deal? Is it a minor thing? Toby looks distressed. Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
I'm sorry, I'm going to throw something else in that I should have raised earlier. When I read through this, I was worried about parking and on-street parking, and thought, oh, there's plenty of parking spaces around. But if these are allocated parking spaces, it appears to be from the plans to existing dwellings, then we might have a problem.
So Toby's going to say something to enlighten us.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I would just, in general, I'd urge members to approach this scheme from a reasonable point of view, given that we have granted something under the current local plan that is extremely similar to what is now before members. The rear access from Armitage Way for cyclists seems to be an established right of way, and the local planning authority would retain control over the change of use of that land for additional parking if that were to come forward in the future. So we can, we can control the nature of that rear wide access pathway. I would assume if one were coming in from the rear on one's bike, then you would not then revert to walking all the way round to the front of the properties. You would just access your property door rather than the front door. I think if members were are still kind of exercised about the nature of the proposal on the cycle parking, my only other suggestion would be, I think this would have to be a matter that the officer took away and discussed with the applicant, would be an alternative use for that garage space to the front of the 3 units. That might be a space that could be alternatively used for cycle parking instead of car parking.
Yeah, thanks for that, Toby. That's useful, although I don't completely agree with you because there's not actually a back door. There's a pair of patio doors. It's not quite the same thing, and they go straight into the living room. So I'm not completely content with that, although your final suggestion was useful, I think, and I think I would support that going forward. But, I mean, I have to say, there's quite a lot of development going on, and it's quite a small site, and the problems that we've come across are really related to that, it seems to me. So there are concerns, I think, both in terms of the number of dwellings and its mass and the height of it. And just to be sure, Amy, you used the word extant at one stage during your chat. So I understand after 3 years the permission falls away. Is that correct? So there's not an extant permission on the previously approved application. Is that correct, Amy?
Yes, sorry, my mistake. Yeah, the permission was never implemented, so it doesn't exist technically anymore. They can't implement the permission. The time has lapsed.
So any more questions, councillors, before we go to the recommendation? No. Okay, so recommendation, please, Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 81 of the officer reports pack. That is to approve, subject to the conditions as set out and subject to an additional condition in relation to securing a minimum width of 1.2 metres in terms of the pathway to the rear of the houses, and to remove the duplication of conditions 10 and 15, Chair.
Did I miss anything about the garage being replaced by cycle parking there? Is that something we can...
Chair, I think that is properly a matter that if members weren't likely to support this proposal, I would recommend that the matter be deferred in that instance, so that the officer could go away and discuss with the applicant that particular change to their proposal, because it involves an alternate use for that garage and potentially the driveway as well. I wouldn't recommend that we did that via condition.
I misunderstood then. Okay. Councillor Thornborough.
Well, I would suggest that I would like to recommend that we defer this for
And I second that proposal. Let's have a vote on that proposal then. All those in favour of... So just so we're all clear, on the site plan on page 20, there's a sort of building, some sort of garage type thing in front of house 1. And Toby mentioned just now that could be replaced by a structure that would hold bicycles that will be at the front of the properties, not at the back, as is currently the case. And Councillor Thornborough is proposing that the case officer goes back to the applicant to see if anything better can be done with regard to cycle parking, including that option of using that space on the site. All those in favour of that proposal?
6, Chair.
Against? Abstentions?
2 abstentions.
So that proposal is carried. In that case, the item is deferred for that matter to be resolved, and it'll come back to committee, I presume, if the applicant wishes to. So thanks very much then, councillors. In that case, we'll stop there, I think, and have a break for lunch, as we normally do. So if we come back at 5 to 1, please, and then we'll get going on the next one. Thank you. Chris? Okay, welcome back to the afternoon session of Planning Committee. Next item is item 8315 Milton Road. The officer is Lawrence, I believe. Yeah, Lawrence Moore. So, Lawrence, there are no speakers on this item. If you're ready to present the item, then please. Hi, Lawrence. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Would you like me to share my screen?
Please, yep.
Can everyone see that and hear me clearly?
That's fine, thank you.
Brilliant. Okay. We're here to discuss the outcome of planning application reference 22/02162/full, which consists of a proposed change of use from an existing 6-bedroom HMO to a 7-bedroom HMO at 315 Milton Road, Cambridge. The existing property consists of a 6-bedroom HMO serving 6 persons. As shown on screen, the current garage is not in use, the loft room at 2nd floor is not in use, and the rear hall is currently used for access only. The proposed plans on screen show the addition of a 7th bedroom via the conversion of the existing garage space to a habitable room. All proposed bedrooms and the overall gross internal floor area meet the space standards outlined within Policy 50 of the local plan. Comments received in objection relate to the size of bedroom 5 being too small. The plans provided show that the stud wall between bedrooms 5 and 2 at 1st floor will be removed and replaced to ensure bedroom 5 provides an adequate amount of space for future occupiers. There are no changes to bedroom 4. The existing rear hall at ground level will be converted to additional kitchen space, which is supported, and the loft room will be made good and brought up to code with regards to building regulations to provide an additional living room for future occupiers. The external alterations are minimal, with the primary change relating to the replacement of the garage-like frontage and the addition of a small window, allowing the garage to be converted to a bedroom. The conditions recommended shall ensure the delivery of the proposed changes prior to the commencement of the sui generis use proposed in the interest of amenity of future occupiers, and other conditions relating to cycle stores, bin stores, and maximum occupancy will ensure the site is suitable for use as a large HMO. On balance, the application intends to increase the maximum occupancy of the property by 1 person, which is considered a marginal increase in the use of the property. The application will deliver additional amenity areas, allowing for a greater level of amenity space available to all tenants compared with the current 6-bedroom HMO. All bedrooms meet space standards, the gross internal floor area exceeds space standards, and the site provides a 270 square metre garden. The external changes proposed are negligible and are not considered to have any adverse impacts on the character of the site or surrounding area. The conditions recommended will ensure the provision of adequate cycle and bin stores and shall restrict occupancy to 7 persons, and will also ensure the delivery of the communal spaces and bedroom sizes proposed prior to the use of the property as a 7-person HMO. The application is recommended for approval.
Right, thanks very much. Questions? Councillor Thornborough.
Cambridge City Council has its own space standards for houses and multiple occupancy. And I think we need to refer to those space standards because I have concerns whether there is adequate amount of space in the kitchen and provision within the space for the kitchen for what's required under those standards. So whether it's an informative or a condition, I think we should put those on because it's very important that they are taken on board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Do you want to answer that then, please, Lawrence? Space standards, R1s?
Yeah, so can I just check that Councillor Thornborough was requesting a condition relating to the development ensuring that it will meet the size requirements for HMO licensing? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I'm happy to apply that condition. I don't think it's unreasonable, but the kitchen spaces provided, obviously with the other conditions alongside, will be provided prior to the commencement of the use, and are in line with the space requirements of HMO licensing. But I'm more than happy to add an additional condition on that basis.
Thanks for that, Lawrence. Toby wants to say something as well.
Sorry, Lawrence, to cut across you. As that separate legislation, I think it's probably best placed as an informative rather than a condition.
Content with that, Councillor Thornborough?
Yes.
Thank you. Lawrence, can you outline the route into this 7th bedroom? I'm not quite clear. I can see it goes from the hallway through the kitchen. After that, I'm not quite sure. I can see the door. I'm not quite sure what it's going through. It's actually that space. That's my question. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood, you have got a question as well?
Well, I was a bit confused by that room as well, which looks like I mean, what exactly is that room that bedroom 7 is going into? Also, the use of the loft, I mean, does that, it's not a bedroom, it can't be used as a part of the HMO as a bedroom. Is it a habitable room? So it would have to meet the building regs for a habitable room to be in the loft. And what is it going to be proposed as being used for? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Also, Lawrence, are we interested in the sort of how good that room is going to be as a room to have as a bedroom? I'm not quite sure if a garage would have cavity walls or any sort of insulation. Could this be a single skin wall for all we know? And maybe that's just a building control matter. And Councillor Thornbury, you've got another question?
That bedroom 7 is an inner room of an inner room, and that's not acceptable. I don't think you can have a bedroom off a kitchen, let alone a bedroom off a utility room, which is off the kitchen. I think that's unacceptable.
Thank you. I'll defer to the case officer. So no more questions. So back to you then, Lawrence.
With regards to the first question, access to bedroom 7 will be via the existing doorway to the garage, which is via the rear hall, which is becoming additional kitchen space. The use of the loft, it's proposed as an additional living room, so will be made to ensure compliance with building regs. And the only reason it's not currently in use is because when constructed, the access wasn't sufficient. But as the conditions have laid out, this will be made good and brought up to code prior to the use of the property as a 7-person HMO, which means that that living room will be provided at a suitable standard prior to the use commencing. Regarding the garage walls, again, it would have to comply with building regs, and garage conversions are relatively standard and usually fall within permitted development, but are obviously subject to building regs all the same. So I can't really comment on that, but I assume that it will be sufficient. I wasn't really sure on the inner to inner room situation regarding the scheme and regarding Councillor Thornborough's comments at the end, but the access to that room is existing, and as outlined in the report, isn't considered a major concern. And given the size of the bedroom, it's seen as beneficial for future occupiers.
Okay, thanks for explaining that. I got most of that. I'm not quite sure how you said it's existing, but it's an existing garage, isn't it? Not an existing bedroom. And
I
let me finish. And so you've also described that space that isn't annotated as a kitchen, which I didn't know exactly, although I can see FF, which probably means fridge freezer or something, I suppose. But it also then, in that case, has a toilet, but with no ventilated lobby between the toilet and the kitchen. And as I think Councillor Thornborough has suggested or intimated, that the route into the 7th bedroom is through, well, 2 bits of kitchen really, to get to it or get out of it in that case. So, but you seem to be saying that that's compliant. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Councillor Thornborough, or anyone else? Have to.
Well, I think there is, again, it's not, there are safety issues. You know, the kitchen is one of the most likely spaces to catch fire, and normally habitable rooms are not off the kitchen, they're off the protected stairwell. You know, this could be adapted for that. Well, no, I'm not sure it could be because of the amount of headroom under the stairs. But going through a kitchen to get, and then a utility room or a second kitchen to get to your bedroom is not safe, and it's just it's the issues we had before about the windows with the. It's just not a nice way of having. I worry about the suitability of that access in this situation. I don't think it's under the inner room thing is actually covered under fire regulations. The habitable room should not be an inner room, but maybe we need to put an informative on then.
So, Lawrence, just to be clear then, your recommendation is approval. Are you also clear that all of this is policy compliant, or is it an on-balance decision?
Everything from my assessments conducted shows that the development is compliant with local policy, as stated within in the committee report. Policy 51 isn't necessarily triggered, seeing how existing routes are utilised. It's considered a conversion, not a new build. But I do understand with regards to the access, and your earlier question, Chair, was the existing access to the garage was a doorway, and this will be the proposed access to that room is again via the existing doorway. With regards to the fire safety regulations, I'm under the impression that with HMOs that when a suitable route which avoids kitchens cannot be provided, that a window is a suitable fire escape, provided it's at a suitable height, and as shown on the drawings, provided the height of the window is at a suitable level for fire escape when assessed as a HMO via licensing standards. But if an addition of informative is desirable, then I'm happy to discuss that further.
Lawrence, so Toby wants to say something?
Thanks, Chairman. I think we're in danger of kind of escaping into the minutiae of other kind of regulations that are covered through kind of building control and environmental health. Happy to, I don't think my officers should be expected to know exactly what the building regs say in relation to the internal configuration of the property. So I'm impressed that Lawrence was able partially to answer it, but I'd suggest that we would move to flag that issue as an additional informative on any permission, Chair.
Okay. Any more? Do that then. Okay, that's... Oh, sorry, Councillor Bennett.
Sorry, Chair, I have a really, really stupid question.
No question is stupid.
I can see that this is a retrospective application. So, could the officer confirm to me whether the existing structure plans are what the property looked like before work commenced, or are the plans for work that's already been done? And if so, are the proposed plans, what's already been done to the property, or what sort of is now proposed to be done to the property to make the work that has already been done compliant? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lawrence.
So with regards to the, as outlined in the description of development, the applicant had initially made a mistake with regards to the retrospective nature of the proposals. That has been removed from the description of development. As you can see from the existing use and current plans, this is as the property stands from the site visits attended and from the current 6-bed licensing scheme, which is in effect at the property. Whereas the plans now on screen are what is proposed, and the conditions listed towards the end of this presentation are now on screen, show that the changes to bedroom sizes, the changes and additional communal areas and kitchen facilities shall be provided in full and made available for use prior to the occupation of the 7th bedroom. And as a 6-bedroom HMO does not need planning permission, those conditions are robust enough, in my opinion. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Bennett.
Here it does.
Yeah, thanks very much. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Walthrop-Wood.
Just a minor one. I'm assuming that this won't require, massive construction changes. Do we need a construction plan in the condition, as a condition? Thanks.
Lawrence?
Thank you, Chair. As outlined, the external changes are minimal. And I have reconsulted with the Highways Department within surgery, and they don't feel that any additional conditions are required, and that the minimum amount of parking, whilst is as expected, could add to residential amenity problems within the sort of wider context. That the area is in a sustainable location, and so access via bike and public transport is suitable. But with regards to the construction impacts of the proposals, they will be relatively minimal with regards to changes to the garage, changes to a stud wall internally, and the addition of facilities. I'm happy to add conditions if you see fit, but I think a construction management plan may be too onerous, and maybe even just contractors parking within the red line could be a suitable approach if Toby agrees.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Bennett.
Just a very short question. I assume that the property is already tenanted and that it's proposed that this work is being carried out while the current tenants are in situ. Is this the case?
There are tenants currently living within the 6-bed HMO, but I cannot comment on whether that would be the case, or with regards to whether tenants are going to still be living on site during the construction phase. Again, if I could refer to Toby on this, I'm not sure if we could address that concern via condition, or if it's a concern that can be assessed as part of this application.
Let's remember to confine ourselves to planning matters then, Councillor. So Toby, do you want to say anything further?
That's right, Chair. Again, these are not planning matters. These are for landlords and tenants to arrange between themselves.
Okay, and the other thing, councillors, is that let's try and stick to this protocol, which we've slipped away from, where we sort of have a series of questions, we have some answers, and then we have a recommendation, not to and fro, because it makes it all a bit more bitty. It's better really to sort of approach it in that way, I think. And also, Lawrence, so the amendment sheet has a note on it, so you might want to just refer to that. I don't know if you did, and I can't remember. I don't think you did. Well, I can read it out actually. To amend, it says to amend conditions 3, 4, and 5 to read after shall be provided, to include shall be provided in full and available in full and available for use. Didn't read that very well, but it's on the amendment sheet. I think we're ready to go to the recommendation now then. Yep, okay, so Toby?
Okay, thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 101 of the officer report pack. That is to approve, subject to the conditions as set out within the report, subject to the amendment of conditions 3, 4 and 5 as set out on the amendment sheet, and subject to 2 additional informatives relating to licensing and space standards, RE environmental health, and an informative with regard to fire escape and building control issues in relation to bedroom 7.
Toby, all those in favour of the officer recommendation to approve?
7, Chair, unanimous of those present.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Lawrence. So that item is approved. So go forward to the next item, last one of the day, which is item 9.2 Elizabeth Way. So this is, yes, Councillor Bennett. Okay, let's have a break then, 5 minutes till 1:30, please, councillors. Make us Welcome back to Planning Committee after a short break. So the next item is item 9, 2 Elizabeth Way. Officer is Phoebe Carter. So Phoebe... Oh, it's not. It's Amy. Sorry. Amy Stocks. Amy, if you want to present the item, then please. We have one speaker after you presented. So you present the item first.
There we go. Make sure I was off mute. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'll be presenting for Phoebe today as she's unable to come to the meeting today. So the application is at 2 Elizabeth Way. So yeah, the Cambridge service station is an existing service station located on the eastern side of Elizabeth Way, which comprises of a local convenience store, fuel pumps and a car wash. The site is located on a highway which forms a ring road through a predominantly residential area. The site sits between two conservation areas, Ferry Path and Chesterton to the east and Defrevel to the west, and the southern tip of the site falls within Flood Zone 2. To the east of the site is the dwelling of number 1 St Andrews Road, and the site shares a common boundary, which shares the common boundary of the site. To the north of the site is Elizabeth Way. The aerial photograph shows the site in its existing form. The application seeks permission for the demolition of the existing car wash and the creation of a charging zone, erection of EV chargers, erection of a canopy, substation closure, 4 jet wash bays, and an associated forecourt works. So the proposal doesn't change the function of the existing site as a petrol station and car wash, and as such the application is about the principle of the siting of the charging equipment and jet wash bays at the site. The proposed site layout, the proposal site proposes 4 charging points and support infrastructure within the existing site. To the southern boundary with St Andrews Road, these points will be located under the canopy area. The substation will be located to the west of the site and will border Elizabeth Way. The substation will service the proposed elements and the wider site. 4 jet washes will be installed to the east of the site in place of the existing car wash facility. The electricity substation is approximately 2.8 metres by 2.8 metres with a height of 2.5 metres. Located to the front of the site and is adjacent to Elizabeth Way. The substation is set to the front of the existing forecourt, set 5 metres to the south of the egress to the site. The 4 jet washers will benefit from individual bays. The bays will measure 4.8 metres in width, totaling 19.2 metres and 6.4 metres in depth with a height of 3.1 metres and will be glazed on 3 sides. The bays will be individually lit with Ansel lighting, which are directed to the bays and will be installed to achieve 100 lux to the charging points. That's just a bird's eye view of the jet wash plan. So you can see the individual bays and where they will be glazed on 3 sides. The EV charging points, these charging points will be 2.2 metres in height, 0.4 metres in width and a maximum of 0.85 metres in depth. The canopy over the chargers will have a base of 0.3 metres extending to 0.6 metres in depth, and the canopy will extend to a maximum of 3.1 metres in height. The canopy will extend for the 12.6 metres over the 4 charging car spaces and will benefit from glazed panels with a light over each space, similar to the jet wash bays. The proposed charging points will encourage more sustainable modes and forms of transport and to reduce the impact of development on local air quality in accordance with National Policy Framework paragraphs 107, 112, 174 and 186 and policies 36 and 82 of the Cambridge Local Plan. A tracking diagram has been provided as concerns were raised by the manoeuvrability of cars on site and who will be using the proposed facilities. A tracking diagram, as shown, was provided, and highways have not raised any objection with the proposal in light of this plan. The recommendation for this application is for approval subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Amy. So Andrew, you'd like to speak? If you come forward to that little table in front with the microphone thing on, press the right-hand button and it lights up. And then I've agreed with you previously for you to have 4 minutes to speak, as you have a bit more to say, and you're speaking on behalf of other residents as well. So 4 minutes. So when you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, to give some context, I'm here to represent not only myself, but my fellow residents of Chichester House Flats in St Andrews Road. We directly face, just yards away, the proposed development, so are right in the front line for impact. But I'm also speaking on behalf of fellow members of the St Andrews Road Residents Association who live in the abutting Justin Conservation Area, and Friends of Elizabeth Way Local Interest Group. All of these posted objections on the website but are unable to attend today, so I'm representing them. The three West Chesterton councillors also asked me to mention that they also lodged objections, Councillors Scott, Swift and Carling, but they too have other commitments today, so are not here to speak in person. So just to be clear, we fully understand the need nationally and locally for more EV charging points, and in principle, the installation of some on this site. We might have suggested 2 or 3 rather than 4 due to the site size and the lack of other facilities while charging takes place, but that really isn't the focus of our objections. Our shared and common and serious concerns in terms of noise, driver safety, and worst of all, proposed operating hours stem from the applicant attempting to shoehorn 4 additional jet washes into very limited and inadequate space, and the range of negative knock-on effects from all this extra plant on the site, both for drivers trying to access, use, and safely leave the new facilities, and the noise impact on the most adjacent homes in St Andrews Road and the bordering conservation area. The key point is that the whole service station site is relatively small, and that the southern end, where all this new development is proposed, only half that. The charging zone, substation, air water vacuum facilities, and 4 jet wash bays is out of all proportion to the space, and in our view unsafe when multiple vehicles are seeking to use these different facilities. Though clearly designed and programmed to be operable at full use with 8 bays vehicles at once, MFG's vehicle tracking plan, just referred to, only shows how 1 or 2 cars at a time might enter and leave the space. So the drawing ignores reality and does nothing to prove adequate space and safe manoeuvrability for 8 potential vehicles simultaneously. It's easy to foresee regular near misses, collisions and antagonism when vehicles are reversing out of adjacent right-angle bays into such limited shared space. To allow much greater safer turning space and to help mitigate jet noise noise at the southern end, St Andrews Road end of the site, we ask for serious thought to be given to only granting permission for 2 proposed jet wash bays, and those being the nearest to the garage shop and sales building as per the plans. Why does such a small site abutting residential properties need 4 jet washes anyway? A 50% increase on what's there currently. And there are plenty of similar car wash options all over town in far more appropriate places. We're also frankly amazed that Highways in point 1047 concludes that, quote, the level of traffic from Elizabeth Way into the site is unlikely to significantly change, and that, quote, the proposal would not significantly impact highway safety through potential queues on the single lane approach garage entry point. Well, that logic seems hard to relate to available facilities being quadrupled. And paragraph 1048 states that no comments were submitted in objection to the overdevelopment of the site and turning circles for vehicles exiting the charging or jet wash bays. But that's simply not the case. Most of the 9 online objections mentioned one or both of these concerns. Finally, MFG attempts to alleviate jet wash noise impact concerns by saying that these and the air water valet stations will operate during daytime only, and then disingenuously defines daytime as 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. Come on. No reasonable person considers 10 p.m. daytime. That's a purely commercial parameter to maximise profit and shows no regard for the unremitting noise impact on immediate neighbours. We believe there's already an existing restriction of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for operating the car wash on this site. Also, that time restrictions, thankfully, have been placed on demolition and construction work in order to, quote, protect the amenity of adjoining properties. Policy 35 is also cited in para 1061 under construction and environmental impacts because this, quote, guards against developments leading to significant adverse impacts on health and quality of life from noise and disturbance, unquote. However, unless a specific additional condition on operating hours for the jet washes is imposed, these negative impacts will affect adjoining residents long term once the construction is finished. So please, if this application is to be approved, residents in the immediate vicinity have one heartfelt request that planning impose a similar time limit as now, till 7 or 8 p.m. latest, the daily closure of the jet washes at the very least, however many are finally approved. Related noise till 10 p.m. every day, including weekends, 365 days a year, as MFG are proposing, is neither reasonable nor tolerable for those living close by. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for that, Andrew. Just switch your microphone off there now. You can stay sitting there or sit at the back, whichever you prefer. So, yeah. Had the amendment sheet pointed out to me, so please note that, councillors. So in the report, 2 councillors have made representations. It's also been said that the third one, Councillor Carling, made representations. Well, none of those are here to speak or have sent statements. So the other thing I'd say is that sticking to the 7 p.m. finish time seems like a sensible option to me. Any councillors? Yeah, Councillor Dryden.
Mr. Chair, what you just said, less than the hours seems a very reasonable thing to do here. They're having to put up with it now to 7 o'clock was said, I mean, or 8 o'clock, but 10 o'clock is very late, I think, especially if there's young children living in this area.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Collis.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A couple of things. I would certainly support, if we can, I mean, I'm not sure whether we can, but I would certainly support limiting the operating hours. 10 o'clock at night is incredibly late. I also had a question about 10.16 on page 112, about the tree within the canopy of the car charging zone. I understand that the trees on site fall outside of the conservation area, so wouldn't be subject to our protection, but is there anything we can do to require different siting of the car charging zone so that the tree doesn't have to be felled? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Bajan, I think you had your hand up, you.
Chair, I'd just like to endorse what the other 2 councillors have said in regards to time-ins. I think it's appropriate to go for 7 to 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
I'm a bit concerned about pollution runoff from this site, particularly as car washing will be, there's a lot of the pollutants will be from road pollution which is accumulated, and I don't know whether we can try and ensure that those pollutants are adequately collected and not just go straight into the sewage system and then possibly polluting the river.
Yeah, good point. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Yeah, I am a bit concerned about the turning circle. As the objector pointed out, you've got the 4 jet washes, and then people are going to have to come in, and it's how much space there is for the cars who are charging. I mean, I have to say, I'm really pleased to see some fast charging points in town, but I actually have to say, I don't also see the need for 4 jet washes. Can I also just check, jet washes are the sort where, you know, you're using like a fixed jet washer and spraying it at your car? So you have to get out and do that? Or is it somebody doing it for you? Thank you.
Okay.
And I'd support the points that other members have raised. Thank you.
Just to be clear, Councillor Goldthorpe, would all the points that other councillors have raised, including the one from Councillor Collis about avoiding the tree being felled?
I would prefer the tree is not felled if at all possible.
Thank you. Okay. I'll go-
But especially the timing, I'm concerned about. I would like to have the restriction on timing.
All right, let's go back to Amy then, and we can always pick up any more questions. So, Amy, did you pick them up, please? Unmute, Amy.
Had to happen. So in terms of the hours, so there was a previous application that was permitted in 1993. Reads reference C/92/0858. It was condition 6, which did outline construction hours for this car wash, which was from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. Sundays and public holidays. So officers think that the putting on a hours on this application in similar timeframes to what was previously put in place wouldn't be excessive. It shouldn't be a problem. The applicant did say that they did acknowledge that the hours could be reduced, but they would obviously like to see that done not as restrictive, but we don't think it would be an issue if we were to say those hours.
Just before you move on, Amy, can you just say those hours again? And also, is that permission extant still?
So the hours were 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. on a Monday till Saturday, and it was 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. on a Sunday, including bank holidays. That permission was for the actual construction of this development. So that would be, I guess it was implemented. So yeah, it would be, I guess, currently existing as it was implemented.
Hey, just stop there a minute, Amy. Thank you for that. So Toby wants to say something with regard to that before you go on.
I just want to make a slight correction because Amy is saying construction. It's operation. So the condition was specifically around the operating hours of the car wash and the car vacuum.
Thanks, Toby. Back to you, Amy.
Apologies. The tree, for the removal of the tree, yes, the tree is located outside the conservation area, so will not benefit from any level of protection in that instance. There is a biodiversity net gain condition put onto this application, which would kind of require some level of planting to make sure that biodiversity net gain is achieved. To actually prevent the removal would be quite difficult, given that the tree doesn't benefit from any protection. But condition 7 being the biodiversity net gain and condition 8 being hard and soft landscaping, officers do consider that some level of planting could be achieved somewhere else on site, almost not as a direct replacement, but definitely as to accommodate for that loss. The pollution runoff. So there is a condition number 10 for that will address surface water, and how that will be dealt with, given that the jet wash will contribute to surface water. That is considered to deal with how that surface water will be managed, and will be reviewed should the application be permitted and when them details are submitted. The turning circle, the tracking plan that was submitted does show that there is a turning circle that can be achieved and can be used by moving vehicles. So it would be difficult to say that refuse the application on the basis of the actual area cannot be manoeuvred with the vehicles that will be using the proposed facilities. In terms of what kind of jet washers they are, they would be the ones that you would have to use yourself and get out of the car. I don't think anyone would be washing the car for you using those proposed jet washers.
Thanks, Amy. few more questions, I think, so keep listening. Councillor Gawthrope Wood.
Thank you for that. What I can't see is if you've got a car driving in to the, I'm looking at the site layout, driving into one of the EV chargers, say the one that's nearest to the jet washer, how far back the car will extend? Because we've got this charging zone, but you only need to have a, you know, some whopping great Tesla as opposed to a little VW going in there. And I'm not sure how easy it's going to then be to use that jet washer that's next to it. So it's getting a feel for actually how that would work in practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
Apologies, Chair, I've got several questions. The first one is about the tree. I appreciate it's not in the conservation area, but surely there is nothing to stop us getting a tree protection order. The second one is about safety. Is it appropriate to have water jets so close to an electrical charging facility? Is this not problematic? And the third one is simply about water use. I mean, we've had a summer of drought where we've had voluntary water use restrictions to avoid having formal temporary usage bans. I am told by water companies that we're still technically in drought and heading into a further drought this summer. I'm sure you're all aware that the voluntary restrictions requested by Anglian include washing cars by hand with a sponge, water and a bucket rather than using jets and hoses. And also, as Councillor Thornborough has said, you know, there's a real risk of contaminants here. I really can't say how inappropriate I think this application is in the current sort of climate emergency. And I am really lost for words. I appreciate this not be a planning matter, but can we at least add an informative to say that we will use smart water heads? Sorry, I can't remember the technical term of the hoses. I'm hoping Councillor Thornborough will know, to at least reduce the water flow and reduce the water waste. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. You don't need to apologise for a number of questions, and I think the thing is this is a quasi-judicial committee, so we make decisions based on national planning policy framework, local plan and local policy, not necessarily on our political beliefs. Councillor Thornborough.
I have real concerns about the loss of these trees as well. There are not many trees along this part of the road, and they may not be in the conservation area, but they're very close to the conservation area, and I argue that they actually affect the setting of the conservation area, and that the loss of the trees will be detrimental to the adjacent conservation area, as well as we do have policies that seek to preserve and protect and enhance existing trees that have amenity value. So it may not be specifically protected in the conservation area, but without a doubt they have amenity value to the people who live and move around that area. So I think it's regrettable that the existing plan doesn't show the trees. There are 2 trees and they're quite significant. Instead of having 1 car washed at a time, and the pollutants from 1, we could have 4 times the amount of pollutants coming off in that area, and also 4 times the amount of water use. I think the drought we are in a drought. It's not going into a drought. We are in a drought, and it's made clear that we need to reduce our water usage. So I have concerns about the car wash aspect, not the EV charge point aspect.
I just wanted to say those points.
Thank you, Councillor Dryden.
Yeah, going back to the trees as well, if we want to put a tree preservation order on it, well, I think we'll have to move rather quick, because in the past where developers know we've got concerns about trees, nothing stops them now going in and felling the trees tomorrow. We couldn't do anything about it, so I think the quicker we can put a tree preservation on this, the better.
Thank you, Councillor. Afraid you can't enter into debate, Andrew, so you've had your go now. Amy, can you say anything more about the tree and any other questions that have come up, trees that have come up, please?
Yes, so in regards to the car bays and the ease of turning out, and if both elements were to be used at the same time, the actual bays would be able to accommodate a kind of normal standard car. Yes, that if someone did come in with a larger car, in terms of overhanging, it would be, there could be a potential for that, but the bays are quite large to be able to accommodate most cars that were that are present on our roads. The trees issue, I understand with what was said, that if you'd to get a tree to benefit from a TPO, tree preservation order, it would acting time is of the essence in that sense. It is very difficult to protect a tree when they don't benefit from that. Regardless, completely understand that some trees do have positive amenity and do contribute to the wider street scene. So there is an argument to be had there. But in this instance, I believe that officers kind of took the opinion that there isn't much that could be done from our point of view to protect the trees further than what they already kind of gain benefit from. In terms of safety with the water jets beside the EV charging points, I'm assuming the applicant would have looked into that and made sure that no one would be hurt by these two elements being quite close together, and that they would be on separate systems, and that the surface water runoff wouldn't necessarily run into these EV parking bays. The water use, the applicant did confirm with myself that the jet wash facilities will be fed by the mains water, and that the jet wash would be considerably more efficient in terms of water usage, being that the jet washers will use about 12 litres per minute, compared to the existing car wash that uses 42 litres per minute. So in terms of water usage, yes, the jet washers would use less than what was currently there per minute. The informative for smart water head and fixtures, I would probably defer to Toby and ask if that would be suitable. I mean, from my point of view, I can't see why having a smart water head would be an issue, but I'd just like to check with Toby if that would be if Toby agrees on that one first. I can go through the rest and then come back to that one if that would be easier. The last one was the use of water use. I think that was I've addressed that, so it would just be the informative.
Okay, thanks, Amy. Did you want to say anything, Toby?
Chair, I think we could have an informative with regard to any kind of smart water features that could be applied to the jet washers. I'm not sure if that is something that kind of commercial jet washers are available, but it's something we could ask the applicants to look into via an informative, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Toby. So we're slightly going around the houses with these things. We need to sort of bottom out our decision-making process on this, I think. So as far as I can see, we've got the trees, we've got the timing of operation, and we've got the number of jet washers, although the latter one hasn't been spoken about too much by councillors. Just to say, I meant to say earlier, on condition 10, Amy, which you referred to in terms of what Councillor Thornborough said about wastewater, I'm not sure if that condition actually deals with water in a way that Councillor Thornborough meant. It seems to be just saying about dealing with wastewater, not about dealing with polluted wastewater. So I don't know if that's an appropriate condition or not. Just before I let other councillors speak, I have noted from, and just to say that it is, as someone else said, disappointing that the applicant hasn't shown the existing trees on the their presentation to us. So looking at Google Earth or whatever it's called, or Street View, I can see the trees there. They appear to be outside of the wall that surrounds the site, so I presume they are still part of the red line on the site. They're not highways trees, are they? And yeah, they are big, substantial trees, and it would be a shame to lose them, really, if there's any way of avoiding that. And I'll just say while I am talking that I'm not quite sure of the timings. If we're going to approve this item, we need to bottom out those timings. I think councillors spoke about 7 to 7. You said, Amy, about the existing times, which were 8 to 8, but 9 till 5 on Sundays. On that, and I don't want to get too finicky about this, but that seems slightly archaic. We live in a secular society, and anyway, not every religion refers to Sunday as being its religious day. I'm not quite sure. If you're going to talk about one day being different, then it should probably be the weekend, I would have thought, not just Sunday. Other councillors? Councillor Gorthrock-Wood.
Okay, on noise from jet washers, I certainly remember on the Nuffield gym site there was a managed jet wash system, so they had people doing the washing for the cars, and neighbours did complain a lot about this during the day, and they only, I think, had 2 bays, not 4. The second thing is surely it's the total amount of water per car wash rather than just per minute. So I assume these are timed, these car washes. So I'm just interested in that, although it may not be something we can do anything about. And then on use of EV charging near a car wash. Okay, my worry would be if someone drives in, if you like, front first to the charging bay, their charger is on, or the plug is on the left-hand side. It's always on the passenger side, and they're next to someone who's operating a jet wash and then starts spraying it rather all over the place. And if it does get into that plug and socket that's on the car, that I think could be quite serious. You can certainly use a jet washer on an electric car, but you would not have the plug in, and you wouldn't have the it's like a petrol cap with a guard. You wouldn't have that open. You wouldn't want that near water. Thank you.
Right, thanks, councillor, for that. It's of concern, obviously. The officer has already answered that question, but we can go back to it. And councillor Bagent.
Chair, for the sake of moving on, can I propose 7 till 7, 7 days a week?
Thank you for that, councillor. I mean, I had thought that myself, but I suppose the thing is 7 could be argued to be rather early on the weekends. That was the only thought I had on that, but that's your proposal. Councillor Dryden.
Wrong with the hours was mentioned earlier, that Sundays and bank holidays was less hours.
Okay, thank you. Amy, anything you need to pick up there? Very soon, so we need to wrap up soon on this item.
Yeah, so just to clarify, being if the machines were timed, I mean, using things like this before, I believe that the users would just pay a kind of flat fee in that sense, and it would just, once your time's up, and it would just knock off for these kind of jet washes. Being that if someone was to park into the EV point, and then if someone was using the jet beside them, these bays are glassed on 3 sides, so it would provide some level of protection in that sense. And one would think that someone would reverse into the EV charging points rather than leave the boot facing out into the courtyard to then put the plug all the way round the side of the car. You tend to have the charging point as close to the other point as possible. So I'd like to think that the charging point would be as far away as possible from those jet washes, and then would kind of benefit from the double almost screening of the jet wash and the EV charging point. Condition 10 being the surface water, and that doesn't address contamination water. I can see that the wording would potentially miss that. So in terms of that condition, I believe was requested from drainage. I don't believe that waste or contamination have commented on this application or voiced any concerns, but it could be something that we could see if we could put on there, whether there was a new condition asking for details of potential how they would manage that runoff with the potential soapy water or whatever it would be that would be contaminated. And then that was all that I took. I mean, I think there was noise. So the noise would be a noise assessment was submitted with this application, and that was where the noise the working hours came about, saying that yes, there would be some level of noise present when using these facilities, primarily the jet wash areas, but that is replacing where there is an existing car wash, and that the kind of working hours of that would stipulate when that was used. Then it wouldn't be all the time, so there would be some kind of lapse of the noise not continuing, and I believe that's all that was raised. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Thanks, Amy. Toby wants to say something, but just before he does, so councillors, I mean, there's a few concerns here. We are trying to mitigate the concerns or just deal with them, I suppose. We always have the opportunity, can always refuse the recommendation, of course, should we so decide. I don't know if, Amy, you're able to show those trees for us to see from Google Street View or whatever it is, or Google Earth to Elizabeth Way. I'm looking at them on my screen. Toby, what do you want to say?
Yeah, just a couple of points. I appreciate Amy's picked this application up from another officer who is the case officer. I was just looking at some of the online documentation around the foul drainage, and the applicants actually have said, and I'll quote them, that a drainage scheme and supporting surface water strategy has been submitted to address concerns. It is proposed that jet wash bays are connected to the foul water network via a wash separator, incorporating the attenuation and restricted outflow to 1 litre per second across the area, and the wider site benefits from a 24% reduction in discharge rate. The proposed drainage network incorporates storm water pollution prevention measures such as an SDS Aqua Swirl, I'm not sure what that is, Chair, and a Class 1 petrol interceptor. So it appears as if they've kind of considered these matters as part of their proposal. Just going back to kind of timings of operation, our existing standard conditions with regard to, for example, kind of construction hours do limit hours over weekends, and typically kind of remove kind of uses on kind of Sundays and bank holidays. I think the kind of historic 93 permission, which is from 8 to 8, Monday to Saturday, and 9 to 5 for Sundays and bank holidays, is probably reasonable in that context. And when we come to the vote, I think I'll be putting forward those hours as part of the officer recommendation for sake of consistency, given that they're embedded into the existing permissions operating at the moment for the
Thanks very much. So that's contrary to what you just said, Councillor Bajan. You can mull that over for a minute if you want. Councillor Thornborough wants to speak first.
The description doesn't actually include removal of trees. So doesn't actually say that. So are they actually proposing removing them?
That's what the officer said.
Yes, well, it doesn't actually say it in the description. But the other thing is, if one of the jet washers uses substantially less than the existing washer, but if you have 4 of them going at any one time, they'll be using 1 litre per minute more than the existing, which is 360 litres per hour. And if they're used for 7 hours a day, that's an extra 2,500 litres a day. And it's not just the extra water used, it's the extra water going into the drainage system with all of the pollutants. And I don't know whether this warrants an environmental impact assessment.
I was going to challenge your figures, but the fact is it's not a planning matter.
It is a planning matter because we have evidence that we are using too much water in the city and we need to reduce it. This is not a designated site in the local plan. So why are they using more of this resource? We have evidence that we should be at least not making it worse, the use of water.
To do there. So Amy or perhaps Toby, who wants to come between us and say which one is right?
Chair, so sorry to cut across you, and I think it is a planning matter in terms of kind of water use. I guess the question is whether looking at kind of patterns of use of the jet washes, whether it's likely that there would be an increase in overall water use. Say if you look at the entirety of a year or a month compared to the use of the car wash, and I don't have that evidence in front of me to be able to guide members, unless Amy can find that documentation within the supporting planning information to the application.
Okay, thanks for that, Toby. We are getting into incredible detail here. There is already a car wash on site. What I was going to say, Councillor Thornborough, is you said 360 litres per minute. I think what the actual calculation, maybe I mistook the figures, but it's 4 times 60, isn't it? That's 240.
They're 12 litres per minute, and there's 4 of them. So that's 48 litres per minute. Which is 6 litres per minute more than the existing one. So 6 litres per minute times 60 is 360 litres per hour. In 1 year, in 1 hour, they could be using 360 litres more than the existing. And then if they were in use for 7 hours, that would be an additional 2,500 litres per day. And I would assume that there's a business case for going from 1 to 4 on which they're basing this planning application. So they're saying there is a demand for a car wash, 4 car washes instead of the 1. I assume that's why they're applying for 4.
Councillor Bagent.
So the Chair, the trees are not actually on their land, so they can't chop them down.
What I said was that they're outside of the wall around the site. That doesn't mean they're not on their land.
On the red line drawing, they're outside of it.
The trees aren't shown on the drawing, so how do you know that?
Both those trees are outside of that. There's a lamppost outside of it as well. They definitely won't be on their.
Yeah, well, maybe, but I mean, the officer said they were going to be taken down. We'll go back to the officer on that. Councillor Dryden first. Okay, Councillor Collis.
I think the issue here is we don't know, do we? Because that information isn't included. So don't we need that information before we make a decision? Thank you.
So, Amy, do you know what's going on with the trees?
So with the trees, we're looking at the red line plan. It seems that this boundary here cuts just here, so it's almost like that slither is kind of included in the red line. This one appears to be out as it follows this wall. Be it that if the applicant still owned, let's say if it extended beyond that wall and they did own that tree, just because it isn't included in the red line doesn't mean that it would prevent them being that it would still be on potentially still on their land if they did own that. But as the application only kind of relates to that red line, them kind of if they're going to remove the trees or not, I don't believe that if they're not protected, I don't think that they need permission per se. Toby might want to correct me if I'm wrong on that. But as far as I was aware, they were removing the trees, and I believe that was kind of what I've been told. Whether or not it's within the red line, looking at the red line in relation to the kind of Google map, the Google image here, it looks as though the red line follows this wall straight across the Bellmouth, then behind this wall here, it kind of leaving this footpath area. So it would almost suggest that one would be located up in the red line, while the other one might not be, given that it kind of follows that divot. But really, I don't know if I've made it any clearer, really.
No, I mean, this isn't your, stop, Amy, it's okay. You're standing in for someone else presenting this item, so there's a bit of a lack of clarity here. I'm going to ask Toby to see if we can get some clarity.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm looking at the officer report, and the officer report is fairly explicit, and the relevant paragraphs are on page 111 to 112. At paragraph 10.15, it says 3 trees are sited within the petrol station on the southern boundary with St Andrews Road. The trees are not protected and fall outside the conservation area and therefore can be removed without notification to the local planning authority. There are other more established trees on Elizabeth Way, which are those trees that we're looking at now. However, these fall on the public highway and therefore are outside of the ownership of the applicant.
Well then, they'll be still there. Councillor Dryden.
Question, Chair. Although there might not be their trees or whose trees they are, this time of the year, could we stop them actually doing it because of bird nesting? I mean, there is a rule in law also of not felling trees or cutting hedges down when there's bird nesting season. And I think the bird nesting season is about to start.
I don't know if you want to answer that, Amy, or Toby?
Chair, I can answer
Yeah.
that. So that's a licensing issue rather than a planning issue. But you're right, Councillor.
Councillors content with where we are in terms of information? Do you have enough information to make a decision? Councillor Gorthrock-Wood.
I'm sorry, I'm confused now about which trees are outside the red line on the public highway and which are within sight.
Amy, do you want to just explain what you said again, please, about the trees?
Yes, let me share the screen again. I took it away too quickly. So yes, from what Toby's just clarified, these 2 trees are the more mature trees. Looking at the red line, this tree appears to be within the boundary. This tree here would be outside of the boundary, while these trees here would kind of fall just behind the wall. So yeah, the actual plans don't show any of these trees, and as they are not protected, no notification is required for their removal. I hope that clarifies.
Can I have a bit of clarification? Is that the case, if a tree is on the public highway, does it need TPO to be protected, or?
They, from if they don't own the land, I don't believe they can remove it. from there, but
That's what I'm getting at. It appears that those two at the front are on the public highway, as far as I can see. Is that not the case?
it looked like from the red line that this tree here just kind of gets encompassed into that red line. Well, this one seems to be out of it as the red line curves behind it. While this one kind of gets cut off by the wall going across the Bellmouth for the red line. I can get up the drawing quickly just to. So see how the red line follows that wall, and then going cuts across the Bellmouth. When you look at Google Earth, it would follow that wall, and it would be the canopy that overhangs the wall rather than the actual trunk of the tree. So that would suggest that that one would be within the red line, while the other one, the red line would go behind it.
Okay, thanks, Amy. Who else wanted to speak? Councillor Thornborough.
I wonder if we could defer this so that we could actually get clarifications on exactly which trees are being removed and actually get the tree officer's comments on the trees that are to be removed, because if they're the ones on St Andrews Road, they're actually even closer to the conservation area, and therefore, that we need, and the other thing is to do with the quantity of water that could be used and whether the Anglian Water or the Environment Agency want to comment on that. Anyway, so that's my proposal.
Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. I would also support deferring this. There are too many ifs regarding the trees. I don't feel comfortable making a decision without all the information that we need. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's what's on everyone's lips, the idea of deferring it. I was just trying to avoid getting to that stage, I suppose. It appears that the officer is saying that the tree on the corner stays, the tree further in by the entranceway goes. That's what the officer is saying, but I suppose perhaps you don't feel confident on that, so that's fair enough. We had a proposal with a seconder. Let's have a vote. So who's in favour of defer? Oh, carry on then. Yes.
Can I just say, if these trees are on the public land, they're overhanging this garage space. So presumably this garage has the right to cut them back. Now, what we really need is an inspection by the tree officer to let us know what the real situation is, as to whether that will damage the tree and kill it, or whether it won't. Because all this stuff that's overhanging, I would believe that the garage can cut off because it's overhanging their land. So we need an inspection by the tree officer as well before it comes back to us.
Maybe. I mean, there was concern over a tree or trees at Silver Street Toilets, I seem to remember, in that same way. Councillor Dryden?
What's stopping us trying to get a tree preservation order on it now? TPO on it now? I mean, I know in other areas where we've had problems with trees, they do get them on, they can get them on. If the local ward councillors they can ask to have a tree preservation. I'd done it in Cherry Hinton a few years ago, where they were knocking trees down and I got all the trees with preservation orders, quite a few in Cherry Hinton, to stop developers doing this.
I take your point, Councillor, and I know Toby wants to speak, but I mean, I think what we're here for today is to operate as a planning committee, and we've got an item on the table to consider. So that's where we are at the moment. I know there's been a proposal to defer. So we're not talking about putting tree preservation orders on. That's not the job of this committee to do. Toby?
Chair, I was just going to say that. I mean, I think, having heard the discussion and Amy has tried her best to kind of answer the questions as she is able, it does appear, certainly on matters of kind of water usage compared to existing and trees, that there are gaps in committee's knowledge that give me cause for concern in terms of whether we could make a kind of sound decision today, unfortunately. And I would always want to push members to vote on a formal recommendation, but I think hearing the discussion and not being able to see in particular the trees plotted on the plan, as you would expect an architect to do. I think my advice to committee would be that I think I would, unfortunately, Chair, agree with the suggestions to defer in this case.
Okay, thanks for that then. So, Amy, you've got your hand up on screen. Do you want to say something as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've just gone back to the committee report under paragraph 10.16, where it does say about the trees, that there is one tree shown within the canopy of the car charging zone, which would be this tree here, it appears, and that this would need to be removed, and that the other trees fall outside of the zone of the works, and it would be that condition 8 was put on for the removal of that tree. Any other trees that would be removed or potentially could be removed haven't seemed to have been identified. But condition 8 relates to the hard and soft landscaping scheme, which would be, so no development above ground level other than demolition shall commence until a hard and soft landscaping scheme has been permitted or submitted, and this includes any kind of planting specs or removal. So that would be the only other way that we could clarify it potentially. But I just wanted to put that forward just in case that paragraph had been missed. That it seems to be that one tree would be where the EV charging points would be located, would need to be removed because that canopy overhangs.
Yes, thank you, Amy. That is helpful, and the content is to a certain extent helpful, though not helpful enough. I think Toby's already spoken. There's a proposal on the table with the seconder. I mean, for example, it does give more information, but it's not enough, really. I mean, and also just in terms of that information, it says one tree. Which tree? There's no notification. There's no trees on plans. T1, T2. We don't have any of that. So we're making a decision based on what we think might be the case rather than what is the case. So the evidence just isn't there. So we've got the proposal to defer the item on the basis that we need more information on that which Toby has just spoken about. So all those in favour of that recommendation? Deferred. Thank you very much, Amy. That's the end of Planning Committee today. Thanks very much.